Good evening, good afternoon, and good day. My name is Nomadic Kitty, here to discuss K pop news for the week. I appreciate everybody's being here on this live stream. People that are going to watch it and rewatch. The rewatch, folks. Okay, you have jewels to redeem on us. Jump into the live stream and use them to send a gift. I'm going to see. Uh, okay, hold on, you guys. It says that I have some jewels to spend. I don't know what these jewels mean. I don't know what it's due, but okay, I'm gonna use them. Okay, I don't know what that does. Like, hey, I'm just gonna do what it do. Hey, everybody. I'll wait till people gather around in here. Gather around, you guys. Gather around. It is a very interesting, busy day, y'all. Like today has been a very busy day. But I appreciate everybody um being here on this Saturday night. We have a full deck. I wasn't here last weekend because I was in Austin visiting folks. So this weekend, whew, we got a full deck. We got a full deck, y'all. Oh, thank you. Hello, hello. Thank you. Like tell me y'all like the glass. These are my old glasses. You know what? My purple ones, I can't find them, y'all. So I might have to take these off because these have like a high glare and it hits the screen. And I ordered some more glasses. I got some more coming in. So, but I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all my members, hi members. And I appreciate the people who come to Patreon, my Patreon members. Um, what else? My today we have, like I said, we have a full deck of conversations. We're going to discuss AI and K-pop. Just do a short thing about AI and K-pop. We're going to talk about the Fandango, Fangorium, Fantasia, the K-pop Coachella that JYP, my man JYP is spearheading. We're gonna talk about that, um, and we're gonna talk about BTS concert coming up, y'all. The BTS concert is coming up, y'all. It's August 16th next weekend. I will be in the trenches in the trenches with my bias. Now look, as to who my bias is, mind your business. Don't worry about who my bias is. Y'all just go with it. Not JYP again. Yes, JYP is the one spearheading this K-pop Coachella thing that y'all been hearing about. But yes, next week is my BTS concert, my first BTS concert. Y'all keep asking me like, what am I gonna wear? What am I gonna do? I have taken a t-shirt from my t-shirt shop and I will probably wear that. I might wear that. I don't know. I don't know, you guys. We'll just see. We'll see. I've been talking to Jennifer. I'm surprised Jennifer will probably be here in a minute to hop on the live stream. But so I like to say hi, Jennifer. I'm trying to get this camera straight, girl. Am I going to live stream the concert? I don't think that I can. I go to a lot of K-pop concerts and I just have to record it and then I have to post it. But I heard that somebody live streamed, like I read online the other day, I don't know who it was, y'all, but somebody live streamed the BTS concert, and I was like, how the hell did they live stream? Because if I try to live stream, I'll get a copyright strike. So the moment they hear anything BTS, copyright strike. I'm going to see Nan Jr. Yoongi. I just, you know what? I'm going to see my bias. Don't start no mess up in here, Katina. Y'all know I'm going through a bias dilemma for the past like 7 months. We never know. It they live stream it every time they have a concert. Really? I seen people live streaming, and I still want to know how they get away with it. I'm like, how they do that? Because anytime I tried to live stream before, it gives me a copyright strike. Especially BTS. Like Jen concert, I recorded it. Maybe because I recorded, but I recorded like I have Jen's concert on my vlog and I get no money, even though I have thousands and thousands of views. I think I have like 40,000 views on my Jen. And I don't get no money for that. Hyde gets all that money. You hope you Do you Manifest from Turkey? No, I don't know Manifest. There is a female group. I think their name is Tuzuya. Tuzuya. There's a female group from Turkey that I just discovered the other day. I forgot their name. Is it Kazui Tuzuya? I don't know. I forgot. Yeah, I know y'all been watching the live streams. I've watched live streams of other concerts as well. Like I've watched live streams of many different concerts. But I just don't know how they do it because I remember when I had my old YouTube channel, my old YouTube channel before this one, I live streamed in hyping and I got a copyright strike. So I don't know how these people do it, not unless their channels aren't monetized. Not unless they're not monetizing the live stream. I don't know. Again, I'm not that technically savvy. I mean, I could live stream if I wanted to, I just to see what happens. But again, I don't want YouTube trying to be like, copyright strike, bitch, get out of here. But like I said, I wasn't here last weekend, so we're gonna talk about a lot. We're gonna talk about the Grammy situation, the aftermath. We're gonna talk about Cat's Eye. We're gonna talk about Blackpink a little bit because I already did a video today about Blackpink. I just have to edit it about Blackpink's 10-year anniversary. Whew, child, whew, whew, child, Lord have mercy. Blackpink 10-year anniversary had me up here having fits. Like I didn't know what to think. There's so many live streams for every uh concert. Hello, Lakia. Every time I see Lakia's name, it's like reminds me of my name. I'm just like, is that girl what you I was like, that's kind of my name, my real name, my government name. But yeah, so we're gonna talk about it. So I tell everybody make sure you hit the like button. I know a lot of people watch my videos on the rewatch. This is the weekend before school starts here in America. School starts next week. I had to do so many videos because I have a whole convergence of this next week is so busy for me. With my kids going back to school on Wednesday. My coworker, my counterpart is going out of town. So it is I wake up in a cold sweat at night because thinking about her going on vacation because when she goes on vacation it is awful. Anyway, so I would encourage everybody to be members in membership. I do have another BTS tea. I got some tea. I got so much tea coming up, y'all. I'm just like, maybe I should just put it in one video, like one just long form video, because I have so much tea about different topics. I have Grammy tea, I have Blackpink tea, I have hard Blackpink tea. Whew. The Blackpink tea is so hot that I'm just like, I have to contain it in my spirit because I got some Blackpink tea. Um, and then I have some other tea, just other like little quick hits about other things. I'll probably just put it all in one video because it's a lot. It's more than a short. Did I see the video of Black woman in Korea? There's a video of her getting kisses from two K-pop idols outside the gym. No, I have no idea what you're talking about, Katina. Why don't I do a members on live? I will do a members only live. I will coming up when I get past this week. And it'll be on a different day than Saturday or Sunday. I may do my regular live stream next Saturday and then do a members only live stream because I have a lot. There's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot that I haven't said. All alleged before y'all get me in trouble. But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot going on in these streets. Did y'all see the thing about Omega X talking about they having them concert tickets for $1? I'm not trying to laugh at them, y'all. I am not trying to laugh. Okay, at Omega X. I respect Omega X. However, yes, they have tickets. Hey, Tasha. Yes, Omega X are doing a North American tour, and the concert tickets start at $1. So that's just letting everybody know. I know in Dallas, Jennifer was looking them up, and she's like, "Man, they didn't sold out." Should we have a Patreon for the tea? It would be a membership here. I'm going to drop the tea on my YouTube first. And like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna do a live stream or a video, but it's quite a bit. It's different people, different topics that I just keep compiling the list. And I was like, maybe I should just do a live stream or a long video because it's beyond me. I can't put it in a short, though. But yeah, so y'all, if y'all want to go to a K-pop concert and your ends is low, $1. Like I don't, like I said, I don't know, if they got any tickets available, but I think their highest ticket is like $50. So it's from anywhere from between $1 and $50. So it's real cheap, y'all. Oh, you want to hear all the tea? Baby, it's a lot of tea. It is a lot of tea. It is. I just like I'm shocked. Like some of the stuff, the stuff surrounding Blackpink and Dispatch and I have a video coming out talking about it. But the shit regarding Blackpink is so crazy. It was when somebody told me this, it was almost unbelievable. It was almost unbelievable because I'm like, wait, what? I was like, girl, She like, yep. Like, so there you go. We're gonna talk about KATSEYE tonight, but yeah, I'll make sure I will do a live stream next weekend just for members, so I can just get it all out of my system because there's just so much I want to say. I'm just like it is, and then I have my opinions on certain things because again, when people give me tea, it don't mean I necessarily believe all of it, but there are some elements of truth. Like I said, I knew what was going on before Dispatch. I told one of my members that what was the deal in her comment. And I told her, oh, they're from different groups and they're friends. And after the workout, they got noticed by fans and she walked up to them and started talking. She asked for a kiss and then asked the other guy, oh, it's on Instagram. I was like, where is this at? Because I had not heard this in the Korean news, honey. I was like, where is it? I was like, this must be on social media somewhere. Mm-mm-mm. Do we know which groups that they are from or a part of? Which boy groups is this? I'm curious. But yeah, I got stuff coming for y'all. I just like I said, this Blackpink thing just had me like. Okay. And then for my members, I also have the road to Adarang, which is my weight loss. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to lose like 7 pounds in a week. Like my goal was to lose 20, but I've already lost 12. And so I'm just like, I don't know if I'm gonna lose 8 pounds in a week. I don't think that's possible. I think I could probably lose another 4 or 5. Jennifer's like, my kids are like, your face is looking like an ant head. Like, I was like, no, not the ant head. Like, I don't think I look very ant headish. Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, Arlene says I look amazing. Oh my God. Thank you, Arlene. You're so sweet, honey. I've been working hard. I've been in this gym, in these streets. I've been sweating it out. Shit. I've been like barely eating. I'm just eating protein. I'm eating lean. I ain't eat nothing. I cut back on my iced coffee. I love my iced coffee. I cut back on that. But now since everybody in here, we've had a little tete-a-tete. Let's begin. The first thing I want to talk about is our good friend, Isuman. Now, I know. See, I'm excited that Isuman is coming back. So if y'all didn't know, Isuman had a no complete clause when they had all that shit with his nephew at SM, when he had all of that. Isuman he has his own agency. He has a Chinese girl group, and he is coming back into the Korean fold uh, at the end of this year. There are staff people and producers that have jumped SM's ship to go work in and around Isuman. And allegedly, Boa, she created her own agency and production company, but allegedly she's working with Isuman. Don't quote me on that, but allegedly her and Isuman are working together. She has a good relationship with him. And Isuman is coming back. He's been doing allegedly auditions in South Korea for a while. Nothing too serious, just putting feelers out, just trying to find people, staff people. And so I hear that Isuman is going to try to do another boy group, maybe another boy group and another girl group, besides the Chinese group that he has. And so one of the things that he's launched, I forgot the name, I don't know the name of it. I have my laptop here just in case. He launched or launching his own like Weverse. Okay. So yes, Isuman, the granddaddy, My granddaddy of K-pop. Okay, he ain't thirst trapping like JYP because Isuman's a little too old for that. But Isuman, yes, he for his agency and for his artists, he has like this kind of bubble weavers kind of thing, and where people can talk to fans can interact with their idols, yada yada yada. Nothing to what caught people's attention is that it part of the features for paid members because they have like a free level and then they have a paid level is they have an AI level. Now this AI level takes the voice of the idols and recreated AI, and then they have it to where you can like you're sending messages to your idol, right? And then the messages will come back and forth, and the AI messages will respond like the idol's personality, and it's supposed to bring a more personalized experience. Um, this is his revenge arc, baby. Hey, Supernatural. Hello, Engine. Hello, Sarah. Yes, yes. Oh, Lordy. Uh-oh. Yes, they say, oh Lord, is it? People were like, so yeah. So now, then they have another a top tier level where they have they recreated the idol's voice, and so you can kind of get on a fan call, y'all, which with your idol, but it's not a real fan call. The voice is just AI. So you can, and then they have a text message and a voice message sign up thing where you can get voice messages and text messages from your idol, and they will talk to you in everything like this. Hello, Engine. Hello, Engine. You love Hypen. You so much. You're a big fan. Hello, Engine. I went to go see Hypen in 2023. I thoroughly enjoyed their concert. My bias is Sunu. He's my bias of Hypen. He's my favorite. That's a terrible idea. That's what everybody was saying. So there's been some kickback and pushback on this because people are, like you guys are saying, that this is a terrible idea, that this is going to fuel the parasocial behavior. This is going to fuel the sasangs. Oh, Sunu's your bias too. You just saw them in San Diego. So y'all are saying that this is not a good idea at all. I was like, oh, okay. But y'all look, I thought it was a good idea. I was like, yes, with AI. So he's gonna take his artist voices and replicate them through an AI program. Now y'all, if y'all don't know about Isuman, Isuman is really into technology. He started out ESPA, from what I know, as where they would have like digital counterparts. Y'all remember that when they had that whole arc where they had like digital counterparts in a digital world? Isuman really believes in that. He's the one that wanted to bring digital and before AI, CGI and digital and virtual groups to SM. That was spearheaded by Isuman. Isuman is really into technology and invention. Even for an old guy. Like for an old guy, you wouldn't be thinking, but Isuman has been trying to do an AI K-pop group or a digital virtual K-pop group. Like Plave is really big. If y'all don't know who Plave is, I talk about Plave all the time. Plave is fixing to go on a North American tour. Now, as to whether I can get Miss Jennifer to go, because I want to see Plave, because I'm curious. Not like I'm a fan of Plave, but Plave is a all digital group. Like you never see you like they are in some kind of motion capture suit whenever they do their live streams and stuff, and they interact with fans. This company created this type of technology, and Plave went to like this small group to like this really big thing now. They have a really big following, Plave, y'all. And so Plave is on Weavers, by the way. If y'all want to check them out, they have YouTube channels, everything. Their fandom is growing. And they came out with an album. The last album came out. Each album is doing better than the next. And so I checked Plave out because I find the concept interesting. But Isuman been wanting to do something like this. But I don't know about having AI talk to people and text and message people on this platform and do voice messages. I don't know. Because people, y'all are telling me this is dangerous. Everybody was like, this is dangerous because, because of the potential misuse of the technology and the parasocial relationships. Yeah. Denise said my glasses are fascinating. They're from, what's it, Wicked? Yes, Wicked. I like Wicked. I'm a big fan of the movies and the play and everything. People already, yeah, that's why I said Ashley Brown. I said it's not new. This is not new. They already have apps like this doing what Isuman is doing. They already have apps out there like this. I mean, and then what like there's apps that do this already that are making lots of money. And there's tons of apps that do this. Not with K-pop idols. And there's various levels in what you want to pay for and what experience that you want to have. A lot of these apps that they have out are just really sophisticated chatbots, and you can perform these chatbots with like a storyline and a personality, and they will respond back to you. They already have apps that do this. Now they even have apps where you can create like whole like dramas or scenarios with different other AI people. So I was like, well, Isumane ain't really doing nothing different, because in these other apps you can program them to be K-pop singers. You can program them to be K-pop singers. Like they want in, you don't see like a physical interface of the person. No. But the AI apps that I have seen, you can put whatever picture you want. It can be a picture of an idol. And you can put parameters, like put highlights of the person's personality, and you can talk back and forth with that person as if they were Yoongi or Namjoon or something like that. So they already have these apps. And these apps are not in any kind of privacy law violation or anything, because they're basically just chatbots. They're over glorified chatbots. So Isuman, I'm sure he probably knows this technology exists. I know this technology. There's tons of apps out there, y'all. There's tons of apps, tons. When I say tons, tons, different levels of sophistication. It's I don't know who's going to control the parameters. I'm assuming they have not really given any details as to I, I don't know. The company I would, but this is, yeah, this is the future. I did a whole video, and I'll probably do another one about K-pop and AI. That K-pop is the perfect industry for the technological achievements in AI. That K-pop is perfect. Like K-pop, it will be the perfect breeding ground to push AI as to how far they're going to push it. And Isuman wants to push it. Like, and I told y'all within 10 years, I see them having an AI or a blended or some kind of hybrid K-pop group. I'm telling y'all. And every day I keep seeing more evidence. So also speaking of AI, BTS took a hit because BTS and Hybe, or Big Hit, has this deal with Gemini and Google, which is like this AI thing. And again, I didn't read the whole article, but I heard, I know that people were upset about it. But it's this whole thing with Gemini, and Gemini is like the AI interface for Google. And I know if BTS and Hybe has a deal with AI, with Gemini and Google, that this was a very lucrative ass deal. If they have a deal with Google, baby, Google out here dealing out deals, multi-million dollar deals. So yes, BTS and Hive and Big Hit have an AI deal with Google and Gemini. And I have to go back and read it, what exactly it was, because I kind of read it and skimmed through it and it sounded confusing. So that's another thing. And then also, what was it? Spotify reached, I think it was Spotify. Yes, Spotify reached an agreement with the AI music company to allow them to be a training model for a price, of course. So there's all these lawsuits going on all in America and in the UK and Germany against these AI music creation companies. So there's multiple lawsuits with UMG. There's just with Sony, they're everywhere. So they're trying to figure out a way to monetize these training models to where artists can make money, and that these AI companies, AI music companies, are not just using people's voices and songs and beats to train their AI models to make money. So that's what's happening right now. They've been in litigation for quite a while, and they'll eventually work it out. And I know that Hybe and a bunch of other labels also signed an agreement stating about AI basically stating that they want more legislation and more regulation when it comes to these AI music companies, which, yeah, Google and Disney, those checks do not bounce, honey. That's deep money. That's deep money. Yeah, yes. Yes, the ESPA. Yeah, the ESPA thing with like Black Mamba and everything like that. Yes, this is the next level for Isuman. He is very confident in technology. He believes, Isuman has said he believes technology is the future of K-pop. And I agree with him. I believe technology is the future of K-pop. I believe that there will come a time when there will still be human idols, but I think as AI becomes more sophisticated, that it just, business wise, it doesn't make any sense to have human idols. I've said this before. I was like, I don't care what anybody say. It, business wise, it doesn't make any sense. It just, it you have, idols go to the military. There's the mental health issues. There's just the longevity of the groups and everything. I said it doesn't make any business sense for it. And you see Hive gearing up for this. You see Hive that, I reported 6 months ago that they changed their motto, and they're talking about being, like a tech company, and they're starting to get into technology because this is where the future is at. And Hive are getting on it early. But other companies are going to be bringing up the rear too late. But Hive is trying to get on this early and diversify, because I think Hive sees the writing on the wall that eventually that this is going to become economically more viable not to have real humans. It just is. It's just gonna be like, well, do they have to be real people? It's like, it's gonna go that way. Now, as to whether the music is AI, the music doesn't have to be AI. The music still can be created by humans, and even can be sang and modeled and using human voices, and they can pay those artists and pay those people to sing these songs, and they will get a cut of the revenue and everything like that. But I just see a day when I see it in particular in China. That's where I see it first. I've been watching a lot of China. Y'all, I've fallen down the Chinese rabbit hole. And I tell y'all, go fall down the Chinese rabbit hole. When you go, look, man, let me tell you. China got this app called Duan. And I didn't fell down the rabbit hole, y'all. I didn't learn about Chinese cute rap, cute gangster rap, and everything, y'all. I'm at to share with y'all some of the things in the channels that I watch, like these Chinese channels. And like, China is basically doing this already. Like, China basically has this technology that is so crazy that I've been watching videos all week about wrapping my head around this technology that China got. China has these filters and this technology that is so miraculously crazy, that where you can get on a live stream and look like a whole nother person and interact and everything. Like, China has this technology. China has some of the best, like, robotics and AI technology. And once it starts trickling over to America and other markets, it's gonna be crazy. China has blurred the line between what's real and what's fake, and sometimes, and people can't even tell anymore. Yeah, yeah. Whenever they were supposed to have ESPA was supposed to have a virtual place, a virtual place. I understand that, but I'm saying the technology. I said China has an AI technology right now that is so sophisticated that it is a technology that I see that K-pop will use. Is a technology that's coming. Once Korea finds a way to monetize it, it's coming. It's coming. It's that they're China is so sophisticated with their AI. It is scary. It's just, I'm like, what are we doing? Like, people don't even look like people anymore. Like, the live streamers don't even look like people no more. Like, it's crazy. Like, you have like 56-year-old like aunties, and they looking like 20-year-olds because of the filters that they have in China. Is so sophisticated. I was like, they could do this with a whole ass group. They could do this. Yeah, AI is not going anywhere. You're right. Ask me why. I tried to tell him. I was like, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. AI has advanced so quickly because, I go and watch videos all the time, and I'm just like, what is this? What, like, I'm always amazed. I'm like, what is this? Like, it's blurring the lines of what looks like a real person and what's a fake person. And to be honest with you, I'm like, K-pop fans don't really care. At the end of the day, K-pop fans don't care. They really don't. K-pop fans pretend that they care, but they don't really care. They don't really care. If you presented an AI group, whether it be a boy group or a girl group, especially a boy group, that all of them look good. They all could be interactive. They're all photoreal. People's logic would go out the window. And then you add the interactive component what Isuman is trying to do. And again, it's already here. It's here. I tell people it's here. All the AI technology that Isuman is trying to do is already here. It's already here in some form. So if you add K-pop to it, they would make money hand over fist money with subscriptions. They would make a killing. If you could offer an experience where you can interact with your idol virtually, verbally, it's a wrap. Like it's done deal. It's a done deal. And so to me, as technology becomes more sophisticated with the VR glasses and the virtual technology, it won't be to the point where it'll be to the point years from now. I don't know how long that you can wear the VR glasses and be able to stand in front of your idol and have like a VR projection of your idol and where you can interact with your idol in a virtual setting. And then people would never come up for air. I said people wouldn't even sleep. I mean, because that's where we're heading. We're heading to the point where you can put on a virtual reality goggle and interact with your idol. That's where we're going. And if people can do that, yeah, right. All people care about is the visuals. Right. I can see where this goes as well. And if people are willing to pay for it, and they will be, like this will take fan meets to a whole nother ass level. This will take ratchet fan meets up to a 85. Instead of a physical fan meet, I can just put on some goggles and I'll be at a virtual fan meet and I get to go up to my idol and interact with them and touch them and talk to them. And even if the idol on the other end is real, let's say it is a real person and they are doing virtual fan meets, then you can spend more time with the idol. Then you can have more conversations with the idol. There's really no people around you. So it can be like a one-on-one experience. And if people can get that one-on-one experience with their idol, they'll never let go. Like it'll be to the point where people would be crazy over it. Yeah, I see the money. There's so much money in it. Like people would go crazy. And K-pop fans will be the first guinea pigs to push the envelope. And Isuman wants that money. And so people can scoff at it and be like, oh my God, this is terrible. But if people are willing to pay, $50, $60 a month for it, K-pop is like, all right. Yeah, we about to be Wally for real. Yes. Yeah, they about to be Wally for real. Mm-hmm. Where you don't have to leave the house. You can just sit there and sit around with your idol, sit around with your oppa all day. And what are people going to say? Like, oh, I don't want that experience. Even I would want that experience. Like, if you could offer me, I get to go hang out with a virtual BTS for an hour. Here, you pay $100, go hang out with virtual BTS for 30 minutes. I would pay it. I would be like, okay, I'll give it a shot. Let me see how realistic it is. And then if it's really, really, really realistic, I would be like, okay, this seems like fun. I would pay $100 to go hang out with a virtual BTS for 30 minutes. And then for BTS, it's not stressful to them. It's nothing for them to do it. It doesn't even have to be the real BTS interfacing with you. It could just be an AI generated version of BTS. And you just pay money to get beyond a paywall into this virtual reality lounge. Or you can pick what setting you want it to be. Well, I want to be a lounge. I want to be backstage. I want to be on the beach. And you could just interact and hang out with BTS for 30 minutes. Like, it looks real. It feels real, but it's not real. But people would pay for that. People would pay for the experience, you know. Yeah, everybody's inside scrolling with their phones. I would try it. I would. There's no lie. No lie. I was like, sign me up. Uh-oh. And then, you know, now the other thing that they were talking about in the news this week is about virtual reality concerts. Like that's starting to be a thing. Like ATEEZ was doing like 3D and like virtual concerts. TXT is going to be doing virtual concerts. Other groups are talking about doing virtual concerts for people who cannot make it, for people who don't want to spend $500-$600 on a ticket. That they can have a concert experience without them actually being there, and it's a lot cheaper. And so that's the other way of the future too. Instead of worrying about filling up arenas and spending money on tours and airplanes and staff, if they could just do a virtual concert and have thousands of people spend, you know, $50 to $60 a piece, that's cheaper than spending hundreds of dollars on a ticket. It's cheaper. So if they can get like 50s and then more people can attend, you know, you have people worldwide attending a virtual concert. And then the idols, they can perform the whole concert virtually live or recorded or AI. And then you're having a concert experience with 100,000 people that aren't really there. But it's still the experience. You're still able to go, you know, you're still able to experience it. You may not physically be there, but you're like, well, damn, that's close enough, you know. And so that's another thing that they're discussing and they're talking about too is the virtual experience with concerts or having the concerts in these highly sophisticated theaters. They have one in Dallas called Chasm, where you can go see a movie or a concert or an event, and you sit in this thing that kind of looks like a planetarium, and it looks really real. Like the whole experience is very immersive. It's like you're inside the movie. It's like you're inside the arena whenever they do this, and it's kind of like a planetarium. So they have this highly sophisticated like 3D screens. I have not been to Chasm yet, but when I plan to try to maybe go take my kids this week to go to Chasm. But they have chasms in different cities, but I know they have here in Dallas. And me and Jennifer, we talked about it. We are like, man, I was like, because they have like Harry Potter movies and stuff right now, and I was like, damn, I really like to see a Harry Potter movie. And then they have like Willy Wonka, and then they have sporting events, and supposedly it looks really real. So that's just the future, y'all, of AI. So y'all get ready for it. Y'all get y'all money, get y'all coin together. I would pay for it. I would definitely pay for it. I'm not even gonna lie. I would pay for it. I was like, okay, sign me up, chief. But I would. So y'all definitely get ready for it. While people's poo pooing on Isuman, I was like, y'all, Isuman is on to something. I said that man got it going on. Y'all may not like him, but Isuman is definitely an innovator. He gonna try to bring something new to K-pop when he comes back. And he coming back at the end of this year, so y'all get ready. So that's the subject about that. The other thing I want to talk about is the new group that is debuting in a couple of weeks. What's their name? Tootie, 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 Tootie. Like Tootie, you would not pay for Shelly Pieces. She gonna make a stand. You do know it's popular, but it's not for you. Oh, you went to the Spear in Vegas? Yeah, I heard. Yeah, Chasm is like the Spear. Yes, yeah, Tootie. Yeah, that's their name. So I saw the little promotional video. I don't know if you guys saw it, and I saw their little posters and everything. And so far, I like their concept. It is something a bit different than what all the rest of the oh, is that pronounced? Is it pronounced Twid? Tweed? I don't know how to look. Hi, I'm just the. It's Tweed. Oh, it's pronounced Tweed. No, I thought it was Tootie. Oh, it's Tweed. They already got a copyright. Okay, I'm done. I'm done, y'all. They already got a copyright claim against them. How they ain't even debuted copyright claim for what? A song? Because I saw the video, I saw the snippet, I saw some of their concept photos, and I was like, Tweed like the fabric. Oh, that's even worse, y'all. Y'all are breaking my heart over here. I would have put up with Tootie before I was Facts of Life Tootie. Take the goodie, take the bag, take it all, and there you had the Facts of Life. Like I was all for it. But y'all talking about this tweed. Oh, they already got a copyright claim. Damn, what they get a copyright claim for? Damn, already? I didn't hear about that, y'all. Ain't this better? Anyway, but I plan to report on them to see what they're talking about. I'm anxious to hear their music and their album drop. Uh to me they got this group. I just have a feeling like this group came together real quickly, but maybe it's just me. A new song called Girls was taken from another song. The song does sound familiar. Oh, okay. Look, y'all talking about Facts of Life. I thought it was Tootie from the Facts of Life, y'all. Yeah, I heard, I did hear they were accusing them. The music is just very generic. We're gonna have a moment of silence for Tweed because of their name and because they got a copyright. You, Denise talking about their music is generic anyway, girl. So you know. Oh, I thought when I see the concepts and the colors, I was excited because y'all know I just get tired. I get tired of these like browns and blacks and whites and shades of grays and these muted ass colors. Like K-pop to me used to be so colorful, and they just like went on this whole like non-color thing in South Korea, period. Like not just K-pop, but period. People in South Korea don't wear colors. And so when I saw them in a promotion thing, I was excited because I'm like, finally we got some color back into K-pop. But y'all telling me that the music is generic, so dang. All right, y'all. There's a K-pop adjacent app called Universe that had the AI voice messages, though they did. Like Gravity, I've asked her, oh, I didn't know that. Ooh, okay. Oh, she said it's too repetitive. You just want people to sing, damn it. Yes. You excited for the group? Oh, the writer claimed it reminds him of a song that doesn't have much to leg on stand up because it's a very generic song. So it's a very basic song that she's saying that the writer don't have too much leg to stand on because probably 10, 12 other songs probably sound like it. So yeah. But I'm interested to just see something different, something more colorful. I just want to, even though I don't like girl groups, but I'm just curious. I thought they haven't released a song yet. That's what I said. I was like, has they released the song? I thought their song didn't release until like the 14th or something. Did they release the song? Because that makes me curious now because I thought they didn't release their music until the 14th or something like that. Oh, they making fun of the maknae? Yes, K-pop used to be very colorful. It is. It's different shades of black, brown, gray. I was like, this what we doing now? Everybody is in these muted colors. I was like, can people wear something other than black? Like all the girl groups is beige, black, white, more beige, brown. I'm just like we have a whole rainbow, a plethora of colors, ladies. Even the male groups, they get caught up in these muted nude colors too, you know. Oh, it's just a snippet. Oh, okay. They're making fun of them calling a copycat of other idols. Oh, well, that's not nice. Oh, okay. Well, I can't wait to see that they really debut before I make a judgment. I have to see them. But I am a little bit excited. Again, I don't like girl groups, so girl groups, we'll see what happens because y'all know most girl groups, I'll just be like this. I'll just be like, okay, well, what they doing? They waving their arms around again, girl. They be up here, girl groups. I can go on and on about how I hate girl groups. It is nothing personal, but just I've said it before. My disdain of girl groups is in Korea. It's not in anywhere else. I done seen girl groups in the Philippines and Turkey. I done seen girl groups in America, in Canada, in the UK, and I'm like, yes. I watched a girl group by the name of Flo. I think Flo, that's the name of the group. It's these sisters. I'm like, yes. When it come to Korea, I'm like, hell to the no, no, no. Hell to the no, no, no. I'm like, oh, nah. Like, I like girl groups everywhere else but K-pop. Like, I can deal with girl groups any place. I don't care where they from. I done seen some really slamming girl groups in Thailand, China, Korea. I'm like Korea. Why y'all be doing y'all girls like this? Like, why y'all just be? Oh, I just be sitting there like, this is just the most generic ass shit. They waving their arms around. And then when I watch girl groups from other countries, I'm like, all right, right on, right on. Like they be hitting it. They be, I'm like, hit it, hit it, boom, boom. I'm like, ah, bow, 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 bow. I'm like, get it, girl, yes, yes. And then here come Korean girl groups, and I'm like, all right, ladies. Like I'm like, all right, ladies, all right, little girls, gone. Like, it's not for me. It just don't hit hard. It just be real boring. And I'm like, yeah, that's cute. Anyway, like, come on, Korea. I need something better from y'all. I need them girl groups. I just be feeling bad for them sometimes. I'm like, this is the best that Korea has. This this shit here, this impose and walk and sashay, sashay. I'm like, I don't know if this is a runway or a music video. I don't know what I be looking at girl groups. I be like, what am I looking at? Like, what are they doing? Like, what they did? Is that dancing? Is that dancing? I don't, like, I just be so over it. I don't know how anybody can like girl groups. Like, I just be like, this shit here is boring. I'm like, I could go watch, like, cute Chinese chick dressed up as a Hello Kitty costume and hear better and be like, well, okay. I'm like, I'm intrigued by this, but child. And then it just be so gendered and things they be singing about. I am a rich man. I am a rich man. Okay, girl, you a rich man. Go ahead, girl. Girl power, I guess. I'm tired of the girl power shit. I'm tired of the boss bitch shit. I'm tired of all of these themes that girl groups seem to be on it. The appropriation cake I be doing with style. Yeah, right. They appropriate everything else, and then girl groups fall flat. I'm like, you motherfuckers take everything else, but y'all can't copy girl groups. Can I just get some pussycat doll? Can I get a pussycat doll light? Like, can we just, like, I want y'all to culturally appropriate. Go ahead, I'll give you permission. Can you culturally appropriate the second generation? Okay. Y'all ain't even got to step outside of Korea. I just need y'all to go back to what the second generation of girl groups was doing. Can we just mix that in a little bit? Can we just go back and deal with like FX? Can we bring some of that 21 FX swagger back to K-pop? I'm like, for girl groups, because this, I don't know who came up with this. Was like, you know what? We're gonna have girl groups, and they're gonna be really cutesy, and they're gonna just be real vanilla. And no Raina, we're not doing Raina. We every girl group is like Girls Generation 2.0. Every single girl group. I'm like, I didn't like Girls Generation. I don't like Twice. I don't like Red Velvet. I'm like, they cool, but it's like, I it's ice cream. Yeah. Right. Can we get some of that Mama Moo? That Sis Star energy? I love all of them. They out here doing the Lord's work, but these girl groups. Yeah, I'm like, girl. Oh, anyway, let me get off of girl groups, child. Whew. Man, they rest in peace. Poor Blackpink come back. Oh wait, no, they ain't coming back. Anyway, they ain't coming back, y'all. But so this other thing I want to talk about is the phenomenon. That's what I keep calling it, Fangoria. I keep thinking of True Blood. Anyway, I keep thinking of True Blood. I think that is why people scream plagiarism in South Korea. Yes, yeah. They do. They keep doing the cutesy girl thing over and over again. And there's so many different styles for girl groups. There's so many. Like, they don't have to be raunchy. They could, it just, there's skies. I just need people to be a little bit more fucking creative, but they're not. Jisoo cried. Did she cry? Child, we gonna get to Blackpink in a minute. I got a whole ass video coming out, y'all. But anyway, I just have so many opinions about Blackpink. As a casual blink, I'm just like, we going down with the ship. Doo, doo, doo. Just wave as I go as the ship sings. Doo, 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 doo. As we sink into the mire. But anyway, we're gonna talk about Phenomenon. So Phenomenon is the K-pop Coachella that JYP and the cultural minister was talking about, and they did the press conference like a week or so ago. Oh Lord, I just mm, mm. Yeah. Rest in peace, Blackpink. Moment silent. But we gonna get to Blackpink after this. But I have said in some shorts and in videos, number one, my ass is tired. I get tired of the K-pop industry. I am tired of the K-pop industry riding off of the coattails of BTS and Blackpink. Number one, I get annoyed with them. I get tired of the K-pop industry not innovating. I get tired of fans letting the K-pop industry off the damn hook. I get tired of it. I'm like, K-pop fans let K-pop off the hook all the damn time. And I'm sick of it. I was like, y'all have to demand more out of this K-pop industry. The K-pop industry, which is going to bleed into my Blackpink conversation, offers fans the bare minimum because that's what y'all let the industry give y'all. The bare minimum a lot of times. There are outstanding groups out here doing the Lord's work. There's 17. There's in Hypen, TXT, BTS, Twice, Red Velvet, was I don't know, Blackpink, I don't know, y'all iffy at this point. And Stray Kids and stuff like that that are out here doing the Lord's work. But for the rest of these 100 and something ass groups, okay, because it's 100 and something, there's like almost 1,200. There's so many groups out there, okay, that they oversaturate the market. And it's like, my arguments have always been that when BTS came back, everybody was waiting for what BTS was going to do because they thought it was going to lift the entire industry, and it's not worked out that way. So I get tired of people letting the industry off the hook. So now they're going to, oh, look, I got finger heart. Hey, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. I get tired of the industry just sitting back going, okay, we're going to get branding deals. We're going to do streams. We're going to show up here, there, everywhere. We're going to do fan meets. We're going to, everything but the music. The music somehow is way at the bottom. Way down there. We going to go viral. We're going to do TikTok. Fuck the music. Like, or music? Who cares about that? Stage presence. Who care about that too? I'm like, we ain't even working on stage presence no more. Y'all mofos finna go on tour, and you got people on stage. Now look, I love Cordis. I'm not trying to drag Cordis, but that whole Cordis tour fiasco, that was unnecessary to me. That was the label pushing Cordis out on tour without them being ready, without them having a plan, with them trying to do something without it was a horrible execution. Okay. And so I get tired of the fans just letting let them just, they out there just to take people money at this point. It's not even a secret. It's not like they trying to hide it. They just like, oh, it's such and such birthday. Here we got birthday merchandise. Oh, we having a fan meet. That's about money too. It is so wholly about making money and popularity that I'm like, okay, the music is just an afterthought. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, music and perform. Like you have them pushing kids out to be on tours and do these festivals that are not even ready on stage. I sat last weekend and watched these young groups get on stage, and it was horrible. I'm sitting there going, who let them on stage like this? Like, they don't even, what? They performing at festivals and K-pop concerts and shit, and I'm just sitting there going, they should never be on stage. Like, this group, I watched, what was it, Alpha Drive 1. I'm like, no, baby. No. Hell to the no. Some of these K-pop groups should not be on stage. They have no stage chemistry. They didn't know what they were doing. And it was almost embarrassing. I was embarrassed for them because I'm like, they are pushing them out there because they're like, okay, y'all, we need to make money. regardless of whether they went ready or not, or they gave them any kind of training. They just like, go and get out there now. Go on, go on, go on. Go on, go on, go on. Yeah, they normally they do covers, yeah. Yes, the K-pop fans, yes. That's the perfect way to put it. Right? No, they conditioned to settle for mediocrity. Yes, no stage presence, no chemistry. They get on the mic and it sounds like a squawking duck. And I was like, ooh, what? I was like, ooh, what note is that? Like I look, I'm not a musical expert, but I know that's not a note in the human voice. Like I don't know, like what are y'all doing? Nothing. Like they just throw them on stage because they like, well, K-pop fans gonna buy it and they gonna eat it up. You do think they did well out Lollapalooza. I do. I think they did well Lollapalooza. I'm not saying anything about Cordis or anything like that or any other groups out there. But there have been some smaller groups that I've watched videos of them at festivals and stuff like that. These ones, the groups that just came out within the past year or two. And I was like, there is no way in hell this group should be out here singing and dancing and doing nothing. Because they're just not they're not ready. They're not trying to do baby steps like, okay, we need you to get used to performing on stage first, and then we'll do festivals and tours. They're like, no, they're just skipping all that. They're like, you didn't went to Mnet one damn time, and that's it. Like one time they went to an Mnet. That was it. That was it. At least back in BTS's day, they had to perform on stage many, 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 many times. Like that was just the nature of the industry machine. You had to perform on the Mnets, you had to perform on KBS, you had to get on stage. So BTS can learn and other groups can learn stage presence and what to do on stage. When I go back and watch the BTS videos, like last night I was watching the old BTS videos from like 2014 and them on stage and everything like that. BTS started out not very polished, but they got better within time. And you see that they practiced a lot. You can see that they really practiced their moves, their position. They just weren't thrown out on stage like get your ass out there on the Mnet. Y'all cool. It wasn't like that. And so, but now I just feel like they ain't even training these kids no more. They just like give them a few stage directions. They'll got it. They'll pick it up. I'm just like, Lord have mercy. Yeah, yeah. Quarters music, yes. Their music is not that much. Yes, it's on the company for not making them do covers. I agree. I was like, what are they doing? I've been to smaller K-pop groups who didn't have a lot. Like we went to go see Zykers and Gravity when like 3 years ago when Zykers first came out and they did covers. And the same thing about Gravity. Gravity did covers. And I just don't understand like why would you make your artist seem foolish with not having a plan and just kind of slapdash a tour together. And like I said, this is not an indictment on Cordis because all of them are doing this, doing this now. And like you have Longshot and Jay Park. At least Jay Park is going on tour with Longshot. I guess that's a positive thing, and they're doing really small venues. So Jay Park is there to kind of like keep things together. But I don't agree, with I wouldn't agree with Longshot being stuffed out there and be like, get out there, and like they ain't even been out a year. They've been out like maybe 7 months, 8 months. I'm like, but this is, and so because K-pop know that they're not selling arenas and stadiums and theaters in the West like they used to be. Like I've reported over and over again about how many artists that have internet popularity, but when it comes to selling tickets, putting asses in seats, they can't do it. Like I posted today talking about Omega X, and some of you guys were like, I don't even know who Omega X is. I said, what? Some of y'all like, who is Omega X? I was like, a K-pop group that has been around for years now, and they selling their tickets for $1. So again, let me reiterate: if you want to go to a K-pop concert, go ahead and try to get you that Omega X. You may not know their songs or who they are, but for $1, that's a pretty good deal, And I think the most expensive ticket is like $50 or something. At least in Dallas, that's how it was. So if y'all, they already sold out in Dallas, but yes, Omega X was having tickets started out $1. Yes, the Omega X story is very sad. Um, so there you go. But yes, $1 starting out at $1. And people are like, well, how are they going to even afford the venue if the tickets are $1? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how they even afford to go to venues when the tickets are $1 to like $50. I don't know what the agency, how the agency is planning to make up that money. I don't know. Maybe they got a discount. I don't know. But they're doing anything to try to put uh asses on seats. Um and to expand like their music so people don't even know who Omega X is going to see this concert. I love Hyolyn. I love her. I love that. Yeah, that group should be, yes, supported after everything they went through. The mistreatment at their old agency. But they are doing everything to try to put, you know, butts and seats together. And I'm not mad at them, I'm not trying to make fun of them, but I'm just saying that this is where we're at now. And so instead of K-pop fixing their issues, instead of K-pop, thank you, my glasses, instead of K-pop trying to fix their issues in their industry and trying to fix the issues with their music, because it's generic as hell right now. All these groups sound alike. What did K-pop do? K-pop was like, everybody need to go create more groups. What? So YG, SM, and JYP are all out here wanting to add more groups to their rosters. YG, I don't know what the hell YG is doing. That's a whole nother I don't know what YG is doing right now. I thought I knew, but I realize I don't. YG already has two groups. They have a boy group and a girl group that have already been training. They already signed. They have not debuted. They were supposed to debut last year, like last summer. I don't know what they're doing. So now YG is doing talent search again. They're going around South Korea and Japan and Asia, and they're asking for people to send in tapes. You don't have to be in an Asian country. But YG is trying to, again, I hear, start another boy group. I'm just like, they haven't debuted the one that they got and the girl group that they got. So I'm like, so we just gonna add more groups? We're gonna oversaturate the market and water it down even more. This is K-pop's logic. So we can't sell. So we're not selling out in North America like we used to. So we have a great idea. We'll just start our own K-pop Coachella, our own K-pop Lollapalooza, and bring people here, and then have like these satellite concerts like in LA or London and New York, Tokyo. And I'm just like, okay, so y'all not trying to fix y'all industry. All right. Yeah, training takes forever. Denise, training don't take forever no more. They ain't ready about that. Training, especially training used to take forever. Now they just like, go and get out there. They like, it's been a year or two, go on. Like YG been training this girl group in particular for like 3 years now. 3, almost going on 4. I was like, okay, so how much more training they need? Like, and then you're gonna go out and get another group, get more groups. I'm like, what are they doing? Yes, they're focusing quantity over quality. They don't put any, yes, BTS, they don't put any money and time and effort into their groups. If they ain't making money in 2 to 3 years, they like, okay, we'll put them on hiatus, we'll put them on the shelf. We're on to the next one. And I'm like, okay, maybe if y'all put some effort into the groups that y'all have and put some creativity and put some money behind it, a little money behind it, instead of 10 different groups you got to promote, maybe you should only promote like 3 or 4. Maybe you wouldn't be so damn greedy. And then, like I said, instead of trying to fix the industry, they're just like, we'll just bring people to South Korea and then we'll have showcases so these smaller groups can perform. And I understand the intent behind it. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't do this, but I'm just like, they're gonna throw all these the big 4 agencies are gonna throw money at this. And then what? And then hopefully it'll work out. Hopefully it's organized good. Again, I said it in my T short that people have their reservations about this whole ass thing, okay? And people in these agencies have expressed their level of hesitation and negativity because they're like, maybe maybe we should try to slow down because this is going to take a lot of money. This is going to take a lot of organization. This is going to take time. And it seems to me that this whole fan thing is rushed. And then they're talking about giving awards to fandoms. Who in the hell in their right mind thought of that? Who was like, you know what we should do? We should give awards to fandoms. Like, who thought this was a good idea? Like, who said it? I want to know. Was it JYP? Because I cannot imagine anybody part of K-pop going, we should reward fans. I'm like, what? No one, no, we should. Do you want to start fan wars? Because that's what's going to happen. Like, what? I don't know why. I don't. Yeah, I could. It seems problematic on so many levels. Like, I just don't see that this is like throwing fuel on the fire already at K-pop. K-pop, they already mad at Hybe label and the things that Hybe are doing, and then now they starting to try to copy what Hybe is doing. And so again, instead of fixing their industry, instead of double downing on the music, they're like, no, we're not going to do that. We're not. No, we're just going to add more groups. We're just going to bring people here to South Korea, and that's going to increase tourism, and people are going to come here anyway. So small groups are going to get seen, large groups are going to get seen. Everybody's going to get their piece of the pie, and everything's going to be fine. It'll increase tourism, and it's a win-win for everybody. Instead of being like, well, maybe y'all need to fix y'all music. Maybe y'all need to no, okay. Maybe y'all need to be a little bit more creative with y'all concepts. No, okay. So this whole fan thing, I am not very optimistic about. I'm not. I just have serious questions and reservations. And at the speed that this thing is happening, I'm just like, they're really trying to make this happen. And they feel like this will solve a lot of issues. And I just feel like this is going to bring up more issues than they've banked on. I think that this is going to bring up things inside K-pop, outside of K-pop, and in the fandoms. I think that this is, this is going, if they don't do this right, it can really backfire on a lot of the agencies and the groups if they don't do it right. Calling K-pop hot because they hate Hybe. Right now, like they hate Hybe anyway. Yeah, imagine fandoms winning awards. I was like, why would you even suggest that? Like, I was like, man, nobody, I said nobody in K-pop didn't come up with that part. But I don't know, JYP is like, everybody should give it a chance. And I love me some JYP. So I'm trying to give it a chance. But I just see that this may go left real quick. That and this is not, you can create, I don't mind this fan thing, phenomena. I don't mind any of it. But I don't want this to be a solution for the issues in K-pop. These are why these companies are losing money. And this is why like their stock are going up and down. Well, the Korean economy is messed up too. But a lot of this is that they're spending a lot of money, but then these other groups are not bringing in a lot of revenue. They're not bringing in BTS level revenue. So they're spending a lot of money, a lot of upkeep, and inflation is high in South Korea. But then like their return is not coming out the way that they expect it to. And so all I gotta say to them is good luck. I'm like good luck to them. Good luck to them. I just, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think this is going to solve anything in K-pop. And again, K-pop always, these groups want to be global. These groups want to break in the West. These groups want to be the next BTS or be the next BLACKPINK or whatever. And then they always fail. There is no next BTS. Tough love for the industry. Newsflash industry. There is no next BTS. They ain't produced it. I love JY Poppy. I just call me JY Poppy. It make me wet. Oh, anyway, y'all know I love JY Poppy, and I understand his intention and what he's trying to do something good, and it's a good idea. But I just feel like it's a good idea that's not good that right now. I just think that like maybe in like 3 or 4 years this could have been a good thing, but again in K-pop they don't want to fix the issue. Like and I said in my videos before, I said my issues with K-pop is K-pop has not grown in the way that a lot of people are waiting for K-pop to grow. I said this in my videos. I said one of the problems with people in the West and musicians and people in the industry is that they feel like if BTS is gone, then what? Like if BTS is gone. I mean, Blackpink is practically gone, y'all. Like we must have fit Blackpink. That's a done deal. All right, that's a wrap. We're gone. Like Blackpink is pretty much a done deal, y'all. At least for now. But Blackpink don't even have the star power. And as much as I like Blackpink and respect them, they don't have the success in the revenue and the star power that BTS do. But the whole fear from a lot of people is that okay, well, once BTS is on hiatus or they rest for a little bit and go do their thing, or they start doing solos, then what? There has to be, I've said it before in my short, something other than BTS. It can't just be BTS, you the poster child for South Korea and K-pop. It's just y'all. The industry lives and dies on y'all. You know, I'm just like, well, it's not fair to BTS. It's not right. And then it's not sustainable. Because I'm like, BTS, they gonna want to go live their lives. They gonna want to go settle down. Maybe some of them just want to go produce and write. And they don't want that, you know, some of them want to go do solos and solo tours. They can't be the mules for the K-pop industry. Like, get out there and we'll follow. We'll be behind you. Go on out there, BTS. We'll be right behind you. Like, they can't be the mules for the K-pop industry. And so now they're starting to see that like all this money to be made is BTS money to be made. It didn't trickle down to everybody else. They're only, and like I said, Asian Entertainment did a video a couple of days ago where she talks about the numbers and saying that K-pop isn't global. K-pop, the same thing I've been saying forever. K-pop is not a global industry or global music form. There are groups that are on different levels of being global, but K-pop itself as a genre of music is not global. There's just certain groups that sell in different ways, and there's not that many of them. So that, 4 or 5 groups can't hold up the whole thing. Even the other ones, even the mid-tier groups, it's like, well, they can't hold up the whole industry. Like, come on now, y'all, that's not fair. Like all these groups, the hundreds and thousands of groups, and y'all, you five or six, y'all need to get out there. K-pop has to evolve and grow and to do something different. Again, I don't, 10 years from now, when my ass is really old, I do not want to see K-pop doing the same concepts and the same type of shit. 10 years from now, I do not want to see girl groups doing this. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this shit in 10 years. 10 years, I'm going to be like, y'all still on this? I do not, 10 years, I do not want to see that. I do not want to see this in 10 years. I'll be like, okay, y'all ladies, y'all. I do not want to see boy groups dressed in baseball uniforms or basketball jerseys out there dancing in a warehouse. I like how many warehouse dancing. I'm good on that. Can we dance somewhere else? Y'all in the warehouse? Well, if you just walk around the corner, there's another group in the warehouse and another one over there too. Don't y'all bump into each other now. Like everybody in the warehouse dancing, everybody in the parking garage. I don't want to see any more parking garages. I don't want to see any more warehouses. I'm good on that right now. I'm like, we're good. Can we dance somewhere else? Can we not? Can we dance in somebody's house or somebody's backyard or at a park or some shit? No, we're not. We're not at a park. Okay, all right. If I see somebody else dancing in a parking garage or a damn warehouse, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna be like, I'm like, okay, just get the car and run their asses over because I'm tired of it. And AI will take over. Yeah, they be voguing. I like, girl, if you don't go sit down, what you doing? That's why I think K-pop be playing that they waiting for AI. Because I'm like, then they could put them wherever. They don't have to be in of nature. They could create their own backgrounds, their own, landscapes, and they could be on the moon somewhere dancing. Anything's better than the parking garage, the warehouse. Anything's better than that. If I see that, I'm gonna scream. I'm like, oh, here we go again. I'm like, can somebody suggest, like, can we dance in someone's backyard or some shit? Like, oh, really? Like, we have to be a parking lot? I'm like, Lord have mercy. I just don't want to see the same thing. Because when I go back and I look at the videos from K-pop from 2016 all the way till now. Like when 2020 hit, like they've been doing the same shit since 2020. 6 years they've been doing the same thing. And I'm just like, I see a video from 2019 and then a video from 2026, and I'm like, this is literally the same video. It's the same music, the same type of content. Yes, they need to start focusing on the solo artists. Yes, I agree. I think yes, the real talent is the solo artist. I enjoy K-pop solo artists so much. They have much more of a dynamic and a good sense of music. But I just can't. I just don't want to. I don't want to look at K-pop and be like, I can't tell a video from 2020 and a video from 2026. Like, oh, it's just the same thing regurgitated over. The music style is the same thing. I just be like, oh my god, like what are we do? We doing this again? The boys and the girl group. So yes, I want K-pop to evolve and to change and to grow. And to me, that's one of the biggest reasons of the lack of crossover in the West, and why the West doesn't really trust K-pop, because they're like, okay, this music form hasn't really grown. So why should we give any air to it? Because we don't know 10 years from now, is this a fad? And those are valid questions. I said in my video before, I said these are all valid questions. Nobody wants to reward an art form or groups that are a fad. And in 10, 15 years from now, everybody be like, what was that all about? Like, what a group, they run one what? Like, who is that? Nobody wants to be 10 years from now going, who is this group? And not about BTS, but any other group that they try to award, they're going to be like, what kind of music is that? Oh, that's K-pop. Oh yeah, I remember when K-pop was kind of popular, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah. And then here they up here rewarding artists and musicians. I mean artists and singers for a music form that won't even be around in 10 years. Like that would make the Western music industry seem invalid. Like you guys are just following trends, and you're just following what's popular with the kids, and that's for some award system that's cool because it's based on numbers. But for these other prestige awards and things that y'all talk about, I was like, K-pop, baby, K-pop ain't it. Yeah, K-pop been around since BTS is not K-pop anymore. BTS and transcended. They didn't got over that. BTS has transcended their music style into more of a global style of music. And BTS to me is have been ahead of the curve musically. So I exclude them out of the K-pop conversation. But I tell people that I say it before and say it again. There are a lot of people that only listen to BTS. They do not like K-pop. Y'all come to my channel, y'all tell me all the time. Y'all come and tell me, Kiki, I don't mess with K-pop. Some of y'all really tried. Some of y'all like, look, I tried, but I just can't. So and I said that's fair. And I understand. I understand that sentimentality. That some of y'all are like, oh, I just like BTS. All the rest of that stuff that they doing in South Korea, some of y'all are like, that's corny. I don't, and I get it. I get it. I'm here with you. I get it. That's why there's a lot of BTS armies who don't like K-pop, who are like, this music is not good. Like this ain't even good. Right. Yes, mainstream audiences don't see it that way. Mainstream audiences see BTS as K-pop, whether I like it or not. No, yeah, no one is doing it like BTS. BTS is just hits different. And people tell me this all the time. I have plenty of people who are like, I don't like K-pop. And some, like I said, a lot of you guys have really tried. Y'all are like, well, I went out and listened to other groups, and y'all like, that's a no for me. And I get it, because BTS, there is a difference between their music style and what's in K-pop right now, especially in the fifth generation. Lord have mercy. Now, when you get the other ones that were in the third with BTS who are around, I will give you some legitimacy. But the shit that's in the late fourth and the fifth generation, music styles have just changed. And some of y'all are like, no. Y'all like, no, no. We're gonna leave that behind. Yes, they prefer solos than groups. That's how it's always been. That's another video I want to do, that Sarah comes on here and says all the time, BTS as a boy band will never get respected in the West. So now we get on to the Grammy conversation about BTS. And the thing that gets left out of the conversation a lot is BTS being a boy group. And nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to bring it up. I was never a fan of Backstreet Boys and NSYNC and everything like some of my subscribers and followers have been. But the conversations about like the Grammys and everything, like what nobody talks about is that BTS is a boy group and boy groups don't win Grammys. And that's just even I always say even if BTS were all American, let's say they was all white and they were singing the same songs that they singing, BTS still wouldn't have won a Grammy. They just wouldn't. And all of us have been around, we all know it. Even if they weren't Korean, BTS wouldn't win no, they wouldn't win no Grammy. You got me messed up. They're gonna give a boy group a Grammy. I said shit. Good luck. I mean, long time ago. Like now, I can see BTS then paid their dues. But when BTS was nominated for Grammys, those past years before they went to military, the industry don't like this. Notwithstanding that they're Korean, they don't like this. Those of us have been around for a long time. Ain't no boy group won no Grammy. They don't like no boy groups. None of them. I don't care if they're R&B boy group. I don't care if they all white. I don't care if they're Latino boy group. They'll nominate you, but the industry don't like this. That's why I told you. I said I could see BTS winning individually. Like if they came out and they did like some real slamming albums and them being nominated individually. I can see JK and others winning a Grammy for their individual work. JK's Golden album was phenomenal, by the way. But I'm just saying he should have been nominated for a Grammy. But I can't see the industry rewarding a boy group. I've never seen it that way. I told you, I said I don't think BTS. I said it's hard for them to get over the boy group thing. The industry don't like boy groups. they never they never have. The industry ceased to like boy groups in the 70s and the 80s. Like they have to be playing some instruments or some shit. I said the boy group aesthetic is not for the industry. It's not. People talk about they like a boy group. They like, ah man, like as much as Acclaim and BTS is good, but that is a hurdle that in the West is almost impossible to get over. I told y'all before my K-pop Demon Hunter. I said in my video, I said if K-pop Demon Hunter was if Huntrix was Hunter, y'all, I promise you, on God, K-pop Demon Hunters wouldn't have been popular. On God, I swear to you. I thought about that. We had a conversation about this the other day. I said, what if K-pop Demon Hunter, what if they weren't Huntrix? What if they was Hunter? Somebody was like, oh, they wouldn't have been popular. Right. I said, I can see an Asian girl group getting a Grammy before I would see a boy group. K-pop Demon Hunters was popular because Huntrix was girls. I mean, not besides the aesthetic of it in the song. If Golden, they could sing all the same songs. Golden could have been sang by a boy group. Drop the octave. We go up, up, down, we're golden. Gonna be golden. They could have dropped the octave, slowed it down a little bit, had a guitar. Baby Golden would still be a good song, but I swear to God, on God, if K-pop Demon Hunter, if Huntrix weren't some girls, they would have been like, hell no, get the shit out of here. They would have been like, ain't nobody care about that. In the West, we go up, up, now we're golden. Gonna be golden. Whoa, they like that voice. The West eats that up, eats the girl aesthetic up. They eat that shit up here. A dude saying it, they would have been like, girls love it. Girls love K-pop Demon Hunters. They love Rumi and the other ones, they love all that. Because a lot of it has to do with them being females. The aesthetic, the girl aesthetic, the cutesy, hyper stylized aesthetic in music is suited for women in the West. That's it is. I can't do anything about that. I can't. Because again, if you would have flipped the sexes, people would have been like, nah, that's all right. Yeah, that's why we don't have any like big pop boy group. It ain't happened in decades. Yeah, they want the industry finds a girl group more palatable. That is what it is. I don't have an answer for that. I don't know what to tell you about that. But that's just the truth. If BTS was as popular they are, doing a different style of music and they were all girls, they would have been won a Grammy. They would have been gave their asses a Grammy. If this is 7 women, they would have gave them a Grammy. I'm telling you, as popular as BTS are, let's just make them women. Singing a different type of styles, belting out ballads, doing catchy pop tunes, dancing all over the stage, being cute, being classy, being charming, selling out tours. If they were girls, they probably would have won a Grammy. They would at least won one. They would have won a Grammy. I can't prove it. I can't change their gender, but I'm just saying that it's easier for the Grammy to award a girl group than it is a boy group. The Grammys don't want no boy groups. They like, get the hell out of here. We haven't had a boy group since like I said, the NSYNC Backstreet Boys days. And that was a long time ago, y'all. Well, that's a long time ago. It was so long ago. Like that was back in my early adulthood. I mean, Backstreet Boys, and they still didn't get no Grammy. They still didn't take them seriously. They were popular. But they wouldn't go, they like they like, man, we ain't gonna take this seriously. And I tell people that's the thing, that's the stigma that nobody talks about. And they can't help it that they're a boy group. And then add the fact that they're from Korea, that just makes it even worse. That just compounds it. And so again, I can't prove it, but if these were all women from America, like KATSEYE, they accept KATSEYE. Y'all be in my comment section all the time talking about KATSEYE music is ass, is trash. Baby, people when I mention KATSEYE to people in the industry, they eat that shit up. They like, oh, we know their music is corny. They know it's ear rot. They understand that, but they like KATSEYE. They like KATSEYE a lot. I had people like, yeah, I know their music is trash, but we really like that KATSEYE. I said, okay. They understand that their music is trash. But when I ask about KATSEYE, people are like, oh yeah, they're real dynamic and they're doing something different. People speak highly about KATSEYE in the industry. But if KATSEYE was a bunch of dudes doing the same shit, they'd be like, They're like, who is these clowns? It is what it is. It is what it is in the industry. It is. People like KATSEYE's vibe, but they like them because they're girls. Like it really is. That's the truth. They like them because they are sexy females. That's part of the allure when you're dealing with a recording academy that's mostly men. I mean, that's just something that again people don't want to go there. And I told motherfuckers I'm gonna go there. I'm like, we're gonna go there because the talks about Asian and xenophobia. I'm like, yeah. But at the end of the day, they dudes. Men in the recording industry don't like this. They don't like this shit. They don't. I talked to them and they like a boy group. They're like, that shit is corny. KATSEYE not corny. BTS corny. I said, I got it. K-pop Demon Hunters, it was a little corny. It's a cartoon and we don't really like that, but the songs is fire. They like the girls' voices. Female singers dominate the music industry. This is not my opinion. This people wrote think pieces about it. Female singers dominate the landscape. But that's just the cycle of how things are going. But boy groups have not dominated and will never dominate in the Western music industry. I don't think ever. People don't want that. There's a sourness on groups unless they play instruments like they're a band. But that's a hump that again people don't talk about. I'm just like, well, what are they gonna do? They're dudes. Like they're dudes. And BTS, I think they're aware of that. They're aware of like the history of the American music industry, and they don't like boy groups. They just don't. You know, I like Cordis, and that's my other theory. I think if Cordis was a girl group, the West would eat that shit up. I think the industry, if Cordis was a bunch of rapping girls with the same kind of concept and tweaked a little bit, they would love Cordis as much as they love KATSEYE. Cordis, from people in the industry that saw Cordis, I did a whole video when they performed at the NBA All-Star. The people that sat in that audience, they was like, what the is this? Like, who is this? If it was a bunch of girls would have got out there, they would have been like, ooh, there's nothing I can do about that. I like, and that's just the truth. I love Cordis. I like their music, but their style of music is not going to go over well in the West. The kind of music that Cordis is doing. Cordis will have their fans. Cordis will have people, the TikTok generation liking them, but Cordis will get no air in the music industry. They gets no air, and I don't care if they have Juicy J. I don't give a damn who they have producing on their album. There are people who are like, no, hell no. They like no on Cordis, even though I like their style, but I like their type of music though. But there are people in the industry who are like, they're like, nope, not for me. Baby Monster ain't doing well either. At all in the West, at all. Yeah, the Grammy does not reward groups, period. Yeah. Yes, for the group in the duo category, they will usually reward the duo. Thank you, V Marie. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. They will take a duo. They like, okay, who the duo? Anybody got a duo? Anybody duo? Which one of you duos? Roll that duo in here real quick. And like I said before, people want to get mad and people want to say it's racism and everything. And I was like, y'all, this was the boy group thing. I say, y'all, that is a huge part of why the Grammys does not like K-pop. It's the group thing. They don't like groups. If you present an Asian artist that has some fire ass songs, that had promotions, and they were a single artist, they will win a Grammy. A single artist, a single. They will be nominated and they can win. A group, no. I always said before, I said, I don't think a group Asian artist will win a Grammy, at least not anytime soon. So like I said, I think BTS has more of a chance individually. Let Jungkook come out with a fire ass album, y'all. I'm telling y'all. They like Jungkook in the industry. They like him. They really do like him. They like JK. I don't know what it is about JK that the West is enamored with, but I'm telling you, the West is in love with JK. There is something about JK that is very Western friendly. And I don't know if it's the tattoos. I think, I mean, be honest with you, I think it's the piercing and the tattoos. But I think it's JK's personality. I think it's the way he carries himself. I think there's a boyish charm to JK. I told y'all before, the West is in love with JK. They love JK, y'all. They love him a lot. He has a lot. And the same thing about J-Hope. The West really likes J-Hope. And so those two in particular, I think, yeah, I can see it. JK and J-Hope are very West friendly. They like them for some reason. And I don't know, it's because they've done things behind the scenes maybe, but I can't explain it. The Jungkook effect is crazy. They love him here. They go crazy for Jungkook here. People in the industry, out of all of the BTS members, they know who JK is. If I mention BTS, they like BTS. And then they be like, isn't that one guy in BTS? I'm like, which one guy? I don't know, that one guy that did the song with Usher. I hear that a lot. He did a song with Usher and Jack Harlow. I said, JK, yeah, that guy. Oh, I like that song. They be like, if you want it. They know JK Golden songs. It is weird. But they know standing next to you. I say, y'all, the industry know JK. They heard his songs and they like them. They like, oh, he can sing. He talented. I said, yeah, that's what everybody says. They're like, he has very. I had somebody tell me he has very crossover appeal. He said, yeah, that's the cat with the tattoos. I was like, yeah, they like him. The men especially like JK. JK presents a very masculine visual. And I think that's palatable. And then another thing that people don't talk about is the visuals. I said it before and said it again. The visuals are very important in the Western music industry. They like JK because he presents a more masculine appearance that makes things go down easier. So yeah, they fucks with JK. They like, oh, the guy with the tattoos. Doesn't he have tattoos and piercings? Yeah, yeah, I hear that a lot. I said that one. You think a Japanese solo? Yeah. Oh, they because of his voice? I think it's because of his voice too. I love JK's voice. I always say JK is probably one of the best singers in K-pop. Like ever came out of South Korea, period. I hands down, I don't know anyone that has JK's voice. And I don't know anything about voice. Y'all know my taste in music is trash. Y'all know my taste in music is trash. So, but I understand that JK has a very melodic voice that people like. I was listening to Golden yesterday and I was like, that is a voice. That is a voice for the ages. I was like, that is a really good voice. Like, there's something about like the tenor to his voice and the way he sings. Like, I was listening to all of Golden last night. And the way JK sings and his pronunciation is so good. JK is your favorite? JK is my favorite voice. JK is an all-arounder, honey. I've talked about it before how JK is a once in a lifetime talent. He is once in a lifetime. That you don't ever hear a voice like that at such an early age. To go back and watch JK when he was younger, and I was like, that's what they saw in him. To see him sing, and he was so young and nervous, but then JK can dance and he can sing. And like I said, to me, I look at everything, and JK presents very masculine, and people love that. They love his level of masculinity. Is in his look is very Western. Like JK is Korean, but his look is like a blend of the two. I would say the same thing about Kim Tae-young. Kim Tae-young, his look is very palatable to the West as well. So I would say looks wise that JK and Kim Tae-young present more of an image that is a bit more masculine and a bit more European in their features. And that matters. And people don't think that these things matter because nobody talks about them, but I talk about it because these things matter. And whether people say it to me or not, I can read between the lines. The Recording Academy is mostly made up of men, and men in the Recording Academy, especially in the West, have a sense of hypermasculinity, and they like men to present as men. They don't like men to be effeminate. And if you are going to be effeminate, then you're going to be avant-garde. You're going to be like Harry Styles. You're going to be like Little Nas X. You're going to present as being effeminate, and the industry can handle that. But they don't like you to present as effeminate and then sing very masculine songs and dress very masculine. Again, I can't help this is how America is. This is America. Like, I can't fix that. Nobody can fix that. And that's, like I said, that's another thing for boy groups. And they think boy groups are corny because of the singing and dancing. And I understand how we got here. But those are some of the things that go into, again, where people want to admit it or not, that go into the Grammy selections and categories, and how they look at BTS in a different way. And it's not anything BTS has done. It's not their fault, but it's just our culture is different than outside of America. And the Recording Academy is very much a quintessential American institution. It has international people in it, but at the end of the day, it is our culture. And there are parts to our culture that is hard for international artists to pierce beyond the language, beyond the xenophobia. I say, y'all, there are cultural things that people don't talk about when they talk about the Grammys. And oh, they want to put BTS in the Asian category. They want to put BTS. One of the reasons why they want to put like Asian groups in the Asian category because it makes it go down easier. If you put an effeminate presenting singer in a category with rappers and very female singers, but then the male in the category is Bruno Mars and Justin Bieber and very masculine presenting artists. And then if an effeminate BTS win, y'all, that is a fucking thing, y'all. That is a whole ass thing. I'm telling y'all. Like, nobody talks about it. I was like, that's the thing here. They're like, the media would eat them alive. Like, would eat them alive. You got Drake, you got Justin Bieber, you got Bruno Mars, you have some female singers in the cat, and then you have BTS. Baby, I'm telling you, politics, presentation, gender, sexuality has everything to do in the recording academy and everything to do in the American music industry. It is now we can deal with one of y'all, but shit, we can't deal with seven of y'all. Like that's the attitude. One singer in a category is different than seven Korean guys. Even to this day, it don't go down well. And K-pop fans don't want to hear that. They want to hear sunshine, flowers, and rainbows. And I'm like, I'm here to want it to be the bastion of bad news to tell motherfuckers, these are the conversations when you start really talking to people, especially men. Then if they trust you and you're related to them, then they be honest with you. They be like, man, these dudes, like, they corny, like, they look like girls. And these are the things that I hear from people. And it's like, it's not meant, and it's to me, I'm like, well, that's offensive. But it's the arguments that, it's not nothing new because it's the arguments that BTS have had in the Western media and with music critics and stuff like that. That can BTS present a image that is more palatable, like that the West can swallow? And that's not fangirls. Then you got the fans. Overwhelmingly, the fans are female. The industry don't like that either. I was just like, I hear, well, K-pop fans, anybody care about them? It's a bunch of girls. Like no offense. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what do you want me to say? No offense, none taken. I'm like, I get it. So isn't it a bunch of girls, a little teenage girls? Their attitude is, we supposed to listen to a bunch of 16-year-old girls? They supposed to tell us how we supposed to run our academy? A bunch of girls. Like, I'm like, okay, yeah. They like, okay, like we're gonna take their fans seriously about anything. Because everybody think if you listen to BTS and K-pop, then you have to be a little girl. I'm like, well, I'm not a little girl. They're like, yeah, there's some of y'all that are old and crazy. I've been told that. I was like, thanks. I wait a minute. These are my own relatives, They like, yeah, you and some older folks. Yeah. I was like, but we not all like BTS fans are like in their 30s. They're like, yeah. Bunch of screaming teenage fangirls. They're like, ugh, that's not a real thing. I was like, all right. So I try to tell you, like, this is the attitude that people have about K-pop and about BTS in the industry a lot. And some people really do respect them. They're like, no, we respect their musicality, but they're like, still though. Still at the end of the day, they're no Bruno Mars. I was like, if I hear somebody go off on Bruno Mars, yes, the average fans are in the 30s, yes. Right. Thank you, V. Marie. You be the bastion of sanity here. I be trying to tell people all the time and they don't want to hear it. I was like, a lot of BTS's music from Arirang was kind of a hip hop kind of rap. They're not going to be in those categories. They ain't no way in hell. Oh my God. I say, y'all, they would burn down the Recording Academy. If they would ever put BTS in R&B, rap, they would burn down the academy. Like, I don't know what would happen. I would be terrified for BTS. I was like, oh, they finna get run up on. Like, I don't know. King Von may get resurrected and show up with a Glock. I don't know. Like, people would be rolling it. Like, people would be so upset because they're like, BTS is not rap. They're not R&B. Are you crazy? Get the fuck out of here. Like, they're in our category. They would not be having it. They would not be having it. I'm telling you, King Von would show up with a Glock and be like, I'd be like, oh my God, he's dead. He's back though. Okay, he came up from the, like that would never happen. So they would have to be in a pop or a pop duo category. And then depends on who they up against. BTS, cute little ass Olivia Rodrigo, cute little, they got they then the industry has like they has their favorites. And so like Ella Langley, they like her shit. I don't know, don't ask me. Some of these other folks that they like, Olivia Dean and some of the other Morgan Whalen and fuck out of here. The other people that I don't like and don't know, they like these people. You know what I'm saying? They like, oh, we like this person. We like this artist. They personally like them. And they've been in the industry, some of these people for a very, very long time behind the scenes. And so, Sabrina Carpenter want to dance all over the stage talking about man child. They love it. They eat it up. But then BTS, they like, okay, look, what are we supposed to be clapping? Or what like some of the men are like, well, we don't really know what to do about that. Like they feel again, the people that I talked to in the industry this week was overwhelmingly mostly men. Like I talked to a few women, but they're mostly men. And the men that I talked to, it's like no. And so I remember y'all were talking about Boris City. Boris City did a video about Korean hip hoppers and BTS, and I didn't watch the video because there's no reason for me to watch that video because with all due respect to Boris City, she's not a hip hop fan. She don't come from the hip hop world. So I'm like, what she says, if I'm gonna listen to something about BTS and hip hop, I'm going to go to the hip hop people. Like, okay, hip hop people, what do y'all think? That's where I'm getting my with Boris City. I was like, I said, I'm not gonna watch this video because it's just gonna piss me off. Because I'll be like, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. I'm like, I get so annoyed because I'm just like Boris City, unless first of all, I have to remind people that the music industry is an industry. When people collaborate with BTS, it is because it's a mutual beneficial collaboration. The idea that all these rappers respect BTS, I'm just like, I need some evidence of this. Whenever these rappers interview and they talk about the collaborations and the people that they want to work with and stuff like that, they never mention B. I don't know anybody who was really, unless the album or the song just came out, they would be like, they're going to be gracious because they're artists and that's how they're trained. If you have a song or collaboration coming out with the artist, you're gracious. Just like Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars was very gracious with Rose. Very gracious, out there promoting, being very kind. I think Bruno Mars really liked Rose. It wasn't fake. I think they really was cool. And I think Bruno Mars is the best producer collaborator you can have because he really gets out there and pushes his artists. Bruno Mars got a lot of power in the industry, a lot. I didn't realize how much until recently. But the idea that these rappers respect BTS on a certain level, I'm like, that is a bridge. That to me, that's a bridge too far. That's a lot of assumptions. Like just because artists work together, they usually work together because it's mutually beneficial. The artist that they're working with is very popular or on their same level. It's not like, it's not an altruistic kind of thing. Like I'm dying to work with this artist. Sometimes that does happen. And when that does happen, you kind of know that, oh my God, I've been dying because you hear the artist saying, I really want to work with this person, or I'm dying to work with this person. And you usually hear them say it in interviews and on social media. Or even like not even on social media behind the scenes. But I don't know if behind the scenes that a lot of like, especially hip hop artists are like, dying to work with BTS. That's what I said. Right. Thank you, V Marie. Thank you. Yes, I talked to the hip hop community and they want no part of it. Yes, they want everybody outside the United States out of hip hop. So anybody trying to present this image as if all these hip hop artists respect BTS, I'm like, honey, these are business deals that they're making. It is mutually beneficial to the artist. And I try to tell people over and over again, the inside the music industry is not what people think it is. It's not. It's very cliquish based on genre and based on community. When I did my video about Korean rappers and BTS and what that Korean rapper said about BTS and fans were upset about that, is arguments that I've heard that's been going on for a long time that armies have heard. But I said the other part about it is that for like the thing that I try to tell people is that music is not a game to people. Okay. Korean rappers are very serious about their art form in Korea. They are very serious in particular about K-poppers being in their lane because they feel like K-poppers, y'all need to stay in your lane. So it's not BTS's fault that they became mainstream. But I tell people, if you look at what Korean rappers are doing and what BTS is doing, it's two different things. You would act like you're in two different genres of music. I tell people, go and look up Sick K, go and look up Little Mosh Pit, go and look at these rappers' videos. You would be like, oh, okay, this is a whole nother level. Even Chinese rappers, it's a whole nother level than what BTS is doing. It's apples and oranges. And no disrespect to BTS and what they're doing, but you can see that BTS is still stuck in the K-pop system. What rappers in America and what BTS is doing is two different things. BTS does what I consider like a hip hop pop kind of music. It's not for a lot of hip people in hip hop community, real hip hop. They're like, oh, that's hip hop pop. That's K-pop hip hop. And the same thing in South Korea. They say the same shit. they like this because the things that they talking about in South Korea, those rappers are really talking about something. Those rappers are talking about I'm drunk, I hate my mother, like my life sucks, I just like it'd be some really heavy topics. My girl left me, I was like, oh, y'all talking about we're out partying, we're clubbing. Like the things that they talking about in their style of rap and hip hop is, lots of tattoos. They go to if you go to a hip hop festival in South Korea, you will be like, what? It's a whole different thing. It's a different audience. It's a different flavor of music. It's a whole different fan group. I love Korean hip hop. I love hip hop. But to try to shoehorn BTS in there, I think is where people get it twisted. I was like, no. Rappers in America team with BTS because they know BTS is very popular and it exposes them to a new audience. But I would say for the hip hop rappers, it kind of backfires because K-pop fans, for the most part, aren't hip hop fans. There's a few of us that there's only a few content creators I know, like me, that are big hip hop fans. Most of the content creators are not hip hop fans. Most of the content creators, they know K-pop music or they know Asian music. They don't know hip hop music. A lot of us don't. A hip hop fan and a K-pop fan is just they don't blend together. They chase us out the community. You say you wish K-pop would leave rap alone. I do. And like the idea that K-poppers are going to try to seek some legitimacy from the hip hop community, I was like, that's a dead end and a dead street. They will never be legitimate in hip hoppers' eyes. And they have a right to feel that way. They feel some type of way. Like I said, when people talk about Cordis, I like Cordis and everything. But when I talk to people in the industry, they're like, it's a no for them. It's a no. They like, what is this? They like, oh, hell no. They like, it's a no. It's a no for them. They like, no disrespect, but they was like, baby, they hear them Playboy Cardi B, them drill raps. They like, oh no. They like, hell no. They like, this a bridge too far up in here. They do not respect that. So I tell people all the time that the Grammy discussion is less about anti-Asian hate and xenophobia. What the discussion really is about is boy groups, the type of music that boy groups want to do, and the fact that girl groups are much more acceptable in the West. And there's nothing that BTS can do about either one of those things. They are Asian. They're men. So what I mean, I tell people I've said it over and over again, that's a hard hill to climb. But K-pop fans don't want to hear that. They think because BTS is popular and people like BTS and people have collaborated with BTS and BTS have Western collaboration, they've had producers and stuff like that, that people consider that BTS is somehow legitimized in the industry. And like I said, I've done a series of videos telling people that they're not, that don't let that fool you. That all of a sudden BTS. And then I said BTS in any group outside of the United States wanting to break into the Western market is about money. I said, this is not about music being altruistic and me. I said, people, this is about money. The reason why groups want to come here and sell and go quote unquote global has to do about money. And I don't hear people talking about like why would they want to come here to the United States? Because they want our money. Goodness. United States has a much more longevity as an artist than they do in Korea. K-pop singers don't last very long in Korea. They don't have a long legacy and a long career. They can't keep making music. BTS is one of the few groups that have been making music this long. Why do you think they want to come here and sell to us? Because they want our dollars and they want our money. We are a bigger population. Europe, United States, Canada, Mexico. There's more of us than what they have in Asia, than Korea, Japan, and China. We are a large market. We are the largest share of the music industry worldwide. Why else would they come here? Because they come in here trying to make money. Like, that's just all to it. So when you break it down like that, you're like, okay. So when people see it, usurper, like they are trying to infiltrate our music industry, people feel some type of way about that. They feel like you're an outsider trying to come and take our profit share over an industry that we helped build. That's how my relatives feel. That's how my family and industry feel. These people from another country is coming over here and taking our music and taking our market share from us. And they don't like it. And I'm like, okay, I get it. And it's not a xenophobic, like, oh, they're like, well, we don't hate Koreans. We don't hate Asian people. Just that they're coming over here to make money. It's not like they're coming over here to enhance the Western music industry. So some of the concerns is, okay, so what is K-pop and South Korean people going to do to enhance our industry here? No, they want to come here and they want to sponge off of our audiences at the end of the day. So there has to be a reciprocal relationship. The West feels like they have to get something from K-pop. What is K-pop going to do for the West? Besides, in their mind, take. That they're taking. And they're like, well, okay, so what are y'all giving back? Y'all want to take. And then y'all have your own contracts. Y'all have your own deals. Y'all have your own agencies. That most of your money is going to most of BTS money is going to BTS and Big Hit and trickle into HYBE. So again, I ask, why would the West want BTS in our industry? What is the I say it again. I do a whole video. What is the upside for the West for BTS to be here? What is the West getting that they can't get from any other artist, that they have more of a pie? What are they getting? Somebody told me that today. Someone's like, Kiki, so what are we getting out of this deal? I'm like, they like, we have distribution deals. They have distribution deals with HYBE and other agencies. They have certain songwriters and producers working with K-pop. They get their money. They get the recognition. But as an industry, what does BTS give the Western industry that they don't already have and that they need more of, if it's not money? Because again, the West doesn't get BTS's money. They are in a contract with a Korean company. They share their branding deals with a Korean company. So I ask, what is the West getting out of this? They're like, so what, we allow them to be in our market and be our industry. So what are we getting out of this in the deal? And I don't know what to tell them. I was like, I don't know what you guys are getting. They were like, so as the industry, we're getting what? Because we're not getting the money. And they for sure want the money. They're like, American artists, American companies benefit from American artists. I'm just like, I mean, the A&R department for BTS is Korean. They like, we don't even get A&R representation. Their A&R is Korean. I'm like, so they like, why should we let them in what are we getting out of this deal? So people are saying that this situation, with K-pop and Korean artists is a one-sided thing. They're like, they're not really giving us too much of anything. I have no answer to that. Yeah, the whole staff is Korean. No, they don't want bribes. They are like, why should we push these artists when we could push American artists where they get more of the pie? Because at the end of the day, it's about money. At the end of the day, the reason why BTS is in our market is because of money. Hybe has exploded because BTS is global. All these K-pop companies are now trying to push into Western markets because there's just more of us than just selling to Korea. But they have to offer something other than just a few crumbs. Distribution deals is not going to cut it. If a businessman came in, a distributor or producer or something, and is like, I want to deal with JK. I just want to talk to JK. I want JK to sign a deal with us. I want JK to do like some kind of promotions for us. I want him to sing, I don't know, some commercial jingles and stuff like that. They can't do it without going through Hybe and Big Hit. And Big Hit and Hybe is going to get most of it. They don't want that. They like, I want to be able to make deals with a particular artist in your group or the group as a whole. Big Hit and Hybe is in the way. That's just the K-pop system. So they don't like the K-pop system. So their question is, so what are we getting out of this deal besides distribution? Their staff is not American. Like people are saying, the AR departments are not American. A lot of times when they produce and they make music, the other K-pop companies, they collaborate with Western artists sometime. But for the most part, their music produced usually by Koreans. And so, or by the members of the group themselves. So they got to offer more than a distribution deal. You have to make it monetarily feasible for these companies and things to want to collaborate with them. So far, Hybe has done a good job at that. But to them, it's still like y'all want to exploit the West and then hoard all the money. That you understand what I'm saying? And I can't argue with that because how the K-pop is structured, that's kind of how it's structured. They can't go and make separate deals. That's one of the reasons why Blackpink splintered off and started doing their own thing. Because the West was telling Blackpink the same thing too. Why should we fuck with you when we don't get no money out of it? YG gets the money. So what did Blackpink do? They like, we're going to start our own companies. So their own companies deal with the West. Their own companies have cut deals with festivals and concerts and, like Lisa with Netflix. So Netflix isn't having to cut the pie in many different ways. Netflix makes the deal with Lisa's company, and that's it. There's no YG, and there's no anything in the way. They can deal with Lisa and not deal with YG, and not deal with, okay, there needs to be side deals and there needs to be things, like there's a bunch of things, like legally that they have to do when you have an agency representing an artist. And the West don't like that. They don't like barriers to them trying to do deals with just artists. And a lot of times with the K-pop companies, when these companies try to make deals with groups of artists, then they put other groups in the deal or other artists in the group in the deal. That happens a lot too that people don't talk about. So a lot of times when they're making a deal with BTS, part of the back end deal is also, well, KATSEYE need a deal to do the interview with Rolling Stone too, or we need Cordis to appear at this thing too. So not only are they making deals with BTS, but then the Hybe will sweeten the deal and be like, we also want these groups to be a part of something, a featurette in the future. So BTS does Rolling Stone. They do a deal with Rolling Stone and they come to Rolling Stone and be like, oh yeah, and by the way, we want Cordis to be in like a feature. Like that's one example. And in the West, they don't like that. They like, okay. And they'll go along with it because they don't mind. They understand these groups are going to be popular anyway. But it's just for some companies, they don't like that. They like, okay, we want to deal with just JK. We want to deal with just BTS, not TXT, not Cordis, not KATSEYE. We don't like these other back end deals that we are kind of like handcuffed to. And so they don't like that. They don't want it. They don't want no middleman. They don't want to have to deal with these other groups. But it's just part of the negotiation process with K-pop. And I understand why they would do that. I would do it too. But that's just part of the industry that like dealing with K-pop. They don't like that. They like I got to deal with this group and the other groups. I got to deal with them too. But that's part of the deal. We don't get BTS unless we deal with the other groups in their same label. They're like, okay, fine. And they can come back and say no. Sometimes there's been companies that said, no, we're not going to do that. But as BTS becomes more powerful, then they have to kind of give in. And is it fair? I mean, business wise, it's good, you know. Right. Yeah. He was forced to move back to Korea. He was moving around too freely in the West. Yeah. It is good marketing for the smaller groups. Oh, Denise is brilliant marketing. But that's what K-pop's a good marketing and PR team and A&R, that's what they do. If we are going to give you exclusivity to the biggest boy group on the planet, then Cordis and KATSEYE and Tweed are going to come along with it. That's just good business. That's just good business. It's not anything unusual, but it doesn't mean that the West likes it. They don't like it. They rather just cut the middleman out. So we got to give you money, and then this person, Hive gets their cut, BTS get this cut, this other group they get cut. That's more money that they have to be out of. They like, we got to be out of a bunch of more money, or we got to give like many more concessions than we had just so we can get BTS. BTS is leverage. A big group like this is leverage. That's just the name of the game. But again, I tell people I have no answer to that because at the end of the day, this is about money. This is about money and control and power. That's what it is. And again, BTS, for all the things that I like about BTS, but at the end of the day, they are a Korean group trying to get into the Western industry. Well, they're already here, but wanting recognized for a lot of people is a bridge too far. And again, I would say that what K-pop hasn't learned is that they're going to have to give the West something. They're going to have to sacrifice something for the West because the West is like, you can't come up in here. Like they're going to gatekeep and keep gatekeeping them because they're going to have to, what K-pop is going to have to make it is very financial. They're going to have to restructure some of these contracts and they're going to have to do things different. But K-pop has a stranglehold on their talent. That's just how it is. And in order for them to break out of that, again, I congratulate Blackpink because Blackpink did what needed to be done, which was get the hell out of YG and move them and like move and get them out the way. And Blackpink, we've seen their careers like their outside career, not music wise, but we've seen them getting more branding deals and more things since YG is out of the way because the West wants to deal with them now. They like, oh, YG not there? Okay, we're willing to fuck with you now. So now Lisa is going to be on a Netflix show. She was on White Lotus. I don't think Lisa would have had these opportunities if she was still with YG. They wanted, her people have done a lot with inroads into the West because the West wants to deal with the artist one-on-one. They don't want to deal with the third-party agency, especially a foreign one staffed with foreigners. Because there is just a cultural divide on how K-pop does business and how the West does business. The West is very individualized. They want to deal with individual members of the group. They don't want to have all the members in the group in the same thing. So that's why you see Jenny and see Lisa really and Rose securing deals and branding deals and being places that regular K-pop singers aren't at. No girl group is at the level of Blackpink when it comes to visibility in the West. Jenny is out here hanging out with Rihanna. She's at festivals. I think a lot of that is possible because of the fact that number one, Jenny speaks English. And number two, the people that are in her own like record label or her own label are multicultural people. So she has stylists that aren't necessarily Korean. She has a publicist that she has a bunch of multicultural people because she understands that that's the name of the game. If you want to fuck with the West, America and Europe, you got to have multicultural people around you. You got to have a multicultural team. You have to present yourself as that way, in that it's not fair and it's not right, but it is what it is. And I think Blackpink have done really the Blackpink members, especially Lisa and Jenny, have done a phenomenal job. And I said, I see the moves that they make, and I'm like, and I see the people that work with them. And I was like, y'all are not K-pop people. She went out, Jenny in particular went out and got people who weren't K-pop people. She was like, I'm gonna get a staff that knows the industry, not K-pop, that knows the Western and how to get in these rooms and how to talk to people. And Lisa has done that too. And that's the name of the game. That's what you have to do. Because if you didn't have a multicultural team surrounding you, you wouldn't be allowed in these rooms. They don't like that shit in the West. They want different people other than just, it's just a Korean people know K-pop. No, Jenny needed people that knew the West, and how to get in these rooms. And like I said, I don't see that, getting into the conversation about Blackpink, I don't see Blackpink coming together as a group to perform music for a while now. Because I think they're really invested in trying to do their own thing. Yeah, yes, I think Lisa and Jenny, all of them still have a ceiling, but they've done so much to try to, and yes, and BTS doesn't mix with industry people. And I've said it before that that's a big part of it. The industry is who you know and who likes you. Now I understand y'all. I make jokes about freak offs and baby oil. Now I know, I've gotten the baby oil out a few times and talked about it. I'm not saying that BTS need to do something strange for a piece of change. I just be joking with y'all about that kind of. But that is a part of it too. In the music industry, in the movie and TV industry, it is about who you know. And if BTS is not in these rooms, and I know Hybe and Big Hit have tried, like they position themselves and executives to be in these rooms for them. But at the end of the day, people have to like you. People have to know you and they have to like you. They have to feel like it. But I understand with BTS, there is a language barrier. There's a cultural and the language barrier there. Not saying that the BTS members, some of them don't want to be in these rooms. They do. Some of them really do. There's some members of BTS I heard that really are fascinated with foreigners, that they really want to be in these rooms, but they can't because of just various reasons. But there are some members of BTS that are very shy and they would rather just go home and just, but there are some BTS members who are very curious, who are very like, well, I like hanging around the foreigners. They cool. Like, oh, I like them. I think there's at least 3 that find foreigners fascinating. Like, I kind of like these foreigners. Like, y'all all right. But I think like it's just discouraged to keep their image and keep them from getting in trouble. And I see that. I understand that. They can't be out there. No, I do baby oil. You know, me the baby oil, baby. Oh my God, y'all. I just be playing though. Yeah, that they would think about, but some didn't want to go. Yeah, some wanted to go and some didn't. So yeah, then some felt sick. So I can see they talk about she talk about J-Hope and Jungkook. You'd be surprised. I think Kim Tae Young's a good sport. I think it just depends on the mood he's in. But J-Hope for sure. I think J-Hope is much more of a mix and mingle. I think RM can be that way too. Now Sugar and Jen, I can see them just being like, I'm going home. Like it's, yeah, there's always strength in numbers, Oh, thank God they didn't go to the Diddy parties. Oh Lord. I think V is a party person too. I think V, even though he may not know what they're saying, I think V gonna bring along a translator and I think V gonna do what he do. I think V is much more, he seems a very sociable, like person who likes liveliness and conversations and just to be around just a bunch of noise and the people. Some people don't like that. I'm an introvert, so I don't like that, Yeah, they don't need to leave BTS to have a solo career. They can still have a solo career and still be members, Yeah, they can make it work. They don't have to leave BTS at all. They can still do their solo thing and then come back together and do albums. They don't have to leave at all. At all. They don't have to break up, but they can go and do their solo thing and then come back together. It doesn't have to be like Blackpink. Like it don't have to be. Blackpink and their decision is just their decision on their level. And I think it has something to do with YG. But BTS don't ever have to break up. They could just go and do solos, solo tours, and still, like they did before they went to the military. Sugar did a tour and came out with an album, and they came out and they supported Sugar and showed up, and they can recreate that again. This time, even they will have even more time and more access to go do, tours and solo songs and stuff like that. They still have plenty. The BTS are very young. They still have, if they live long enough, a 40, 50 years in this industry. People act like people want BTS to just hurry up and do this and hurry up and do that. I say, y'all, they like in their 30s. There are still groups out here touring in their 60s and 70s. There are still people on stage. Look at JY Poppy, who are still performing in their late 50s, early 60s. Just they are still young men. They're at the prime, really, to be honest with you, of their career. It's Korea trying to rush them and telling them that they're old and that they need to do this and they need to wrap it up. I'm like, BTS ain't got to wrap nothing up. BTS can keep doing this as long as their knees can carry them, as long as their hips and their back is out there. Well, shit, they can get out there and sit in a chair in front of a microphone and sing, and I think everybody would be happy. BTS, they're young men. They have if they live long enough and they want to, a long career ahead of them. As they get older, they will age like fine ass wine. And as more they learn about being in the industry and the lessons that they will learn, they still got a long, long time. BTS will keep going long. I will be off this earth, and I think BTS will still be out there. So maybe in my old age, when I'm sitting around in my rocker, or I'm halfway senile in the old folks' home, and I'm in my 80s, BTS will still be out here. BTS will be out here in their 60s, and they be going and be out here doing things. Yeah, like Taylor Swift is 35. I remind people all the time, Bruno Mars is like in his late 30s. Sugar has been pressing them to learn instruments for about 10 years now. Sugar always be like, we could form a band. Sugar's like, we could form a band. I'm still on it. I'm still on that. Sugar's like, let's form a band. Yeah, they be pushing these artists out when they 14, 15, years old. Yeah, the Rolling Stones still got it. They be pushing these little girls out here because in Korea, in Asia, ageism is a big thing. They don't want people to grow old because I don't know, it's weird. I don't. Like I said, I've fallen down the Chinese rabbit hole these past week about how in Asia they don't like people to look old or be old. That's one thing I can gratefully say about America. We're not obsessed with age as much as a lot of the Asian countries are. I mean, yeah, stars and people who are in the spotlight will go and get a ton of work done and stuff like that. But we're not so obsessed like the regular population. I mean, age catches up to us all. It doesn't matter. You can have the best genetics on the planet, and you still, we all age. And in the West, it's not really considered like a career ender. I mean, hell, Beyonce like 40, like she's still beautiful. Like she's still a good looking, beautiful, vibrant person. It's how you keep in shape and when you're eating, your diet, how you treat your body. Um, again, they got plastic surgery treatments that they can fix. Like they can kind of slow that down a bit. If genetics is hitting you really hard, then there's enhancements and fillers you can go get. By all means, go and do that. Hell, they do it in K-pop anyway. They go get fillers and all kinds of shit. So BTS, if they keep it up and keep in shape, they can be out there performing as long as they want to. And some of them probably will. Some of them probably will settle down and go, get married and maybe have children and just want to live a quieter life. But they can always come back together. They can always take some time off and come back together and be like, okay, we're going on tour again. We're going to do another album. We're going to get our asses back out there. I'm like, go BTS. I'll be old, still supporting them. And yeah, Beyonce is 44. Yeah. Oh, Blue has a question. Okay, go ahead. Question. Jake, yeah, he said he doesn't. He said he doesn't want to have any children. I said, JK, that's what my kids say too. But that's what I said when I was that age as well. I said I didn't want to have no kids either until I said that too. I said I never want to get married, never have any kids. I have two children, but I got married late on in my life. Yeah, yeah. As time goes on, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Americans, we still out here doing it. RM says no kid. I think RM says he wants to have kids. RM said he wants to be a dad at one time, but I don't know if he wants to have kids now. Things have changed. People change. I said again, yeah, I know Stray Kids. I have a whole I did a video about Stray Kids and the BTS thing. About Stray Kids being dragged into the conversation. We're gonna talk about that too. How poor Stray Kids was just dragged in the conversation about BTS and they should have never been drugged. That interviewer should have never asked him that damn question. Yeah, JK, he's a kid. Yeah. JK is young. He's to me, he's still a baby. He want to be international playboy. I will let JK be international playboy. Oh, he changed his mind on on the permission to dance tour. Oh, okay. Having kids is no joke. It's something. Like I said, I didn't have kids until my late 30s. I didn't want to have kids or get married. A lot of my family members and friends, people who know me a long time, are surprised that I have kids that I even got married. I am not marriage material. I can honestly say I am not marriage material. I was never born to be a wife, but I'm a good mother though. I like being a mother. I like being a mother more than I like being a wife or a girlfriend. It doesn't suit me. Being a mother suits me. Suits me a lot. It's something I love and I have fun with. But being a wife, as much as I love my late husband, I just like relationships. I'm too picky. Like I'm too like particular about it. In order to be in a relationship with somebody and be married and then eventually have kids, there's a lot of compromise that has to go on in being in a relationship. And that takes a lot. And I don't have some people just ain't able. I'm not able. I'm just like, I don't know how people do relationships. I just be like, ooh, I just kind of like want to do my own thing. And I don't want to have to be like, I need somebody who's going to go along and get along and just be like, okay, and just do whatever I want to do. I'm like, I don't want to do this. Okay, honey, I don't want. That's how my late husband was. He was very easygoing. He just, whatever, he's like, whatever my wife wants to do. He always deferred. I was older than him too. So I was like 9 years older than him. So it's just kind of like, well, honey, whatever you want to do, whatever you think is best. But that's not a healthy relationship to have. I would want somebody that would be a bit more assertive, but not too much. But yeah, being in a relationship takes compromise. And then when you have children, there's even more compromise. So like I said, I love children. I make a good mother, but not everybody makes a good partner in order to get the damn kids. But it's a shock that I have children. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. Because nobody thought I was going to ever have children. And I said I didn't want children at all. When I was younger, I said for me, I don't want no kids. Up until my late 30s. You be that fun fly auntie. See, that's what I like. That's like Jennifer. She'll be the fun. She's a fun fly auntie that still looks young. A muscle. That's the only mother you want to be. You wanted 10 kids. Yeah. Like what? Okay, so back to my situation about stray kids. I was very annoyed that they were up there bullying. They've been bullying stray kids because they asked them about the BTS situation, and I did a whole video about it, where stray kids answered in the best way that they could. But two members answered. They asked it, and then they framed another question again, and then asked the question again because they was trying to trip stray kids up. They was trying to get them to say something either way about BTS's decision with the Grammys. And so they was trying to trip them up. And I was like, they trying to trip them up. I was like, ain't that bottom? I was like, what did they ask? They asked Stray Kids what did they think about BTS deciding not to be at the Grammys. That's what they asked them. That's the first question. And so one of the members graciously answered, that was BTS's decision and they have to the BTS to decide what's good for their group, yada yada. Then they came back and asked the question again: would Stray Kids would think about boycotting the Grammys, and what do they think about like the Grammy Awards? And the Stray Kids, another member answered that they don't do their music for awards, that they do the music for themselves and for the fans, and their focus is always whether their fans like it or not, and that they don't do music just based on awards or acclaim or anything like that. So they said that no, their focus is not on winning in awards. They don't have any thoughts about them being in the Asian pop category. They said they are just out here creating their music and doing what they got to do for their fans. So they answered it very graciously. People did not like the answer. People were slamming them. A lot of the people that were slamming them were armies. And I know they were. And I went and looked and I was like, y'all should be ashamed of themselves. They took this moment to try to weaponize it against Stray Kids and other artists as well. They were calling Stray Kids cowards, and I was like, they answered the best way they could possible. I'm sure I'm sure JYP coached them ahead of time just in case. Yeah. Oh, you have a friend that has a connection with Hyunjin from Stray Kids? Yeah. Yeah, need to learn the media game. Yeah, the media is going to try to get their sound bite for clicks and views. That's basically why they asked these two questions. The media don't care about what BTS did or not did. They just want their sound bites. They just want their clicks and views. They want their scandal. They want their controversy because it brings more attention and more ad revenue. That's basically why they asked the question. And again, if I was their media person, their PR, their marketing media person, I would have told I forgot what media outlet that asked them this that they were interviewing because they have an album that just dropped in a new tour. And so of course they're doing the promotion rounds. I would have told the publication up front, don't ask them that. If you want an interview, I would have been like, you can ask anything else, but don't ask that. Like I would have told those motherfuckers straight up, don't ask them that. Any PR person worth their weight would have told the media outlet ahead of time, we are doing no questions regarding BTS and the Grammys. Don't ask them that. Period. Or you're not going to get an interview. We're not coming back. And they wouldn't have asked them that. You know, I agree with Goldman James. I'm not insecure about my groups. I don't get why I don't get why Army fights with anybody. There's nobody, there's no fandom for me to fight with. Like I keep telling people, with all due respect, BTS is here, like way up here, and everybody else is kind of like in the middle or down here. So I'm like, BTS is unique in their position. So who is BTS gonna fight with? BTS gonna windmill on themselves? Like they just gonna smack themselves upside the head? Is Sugar gonna smack himself? Like is the army? Are we gonna fight with BTS because we gonna fight with other armies? Because to me, there's nobody who is army going should be fighting with. Who is our closest rival? Like who is even on BTS's level like that? I'm like, not really nobody. So I'm just like, okay. Now, if you ATs and Stray Kids, y'all can fight it out. I mean, y'all go ahead, y'all. I don't suggest it because I respect both groups, but I can see them like fighting it out. But I just don't understand why anybody would be like, and then BTS never expected any other groups to boycott. I've said this over and over again to my eyes or feel like they're gonna bleed. I have to remind people that come to my comment section over and over again. BTS did this on their own. BTS is not asking any other group to sacrifice what they did. And I said in my Stray Kids video, and they cannot. Oh, wait, hold y'all give me a minute. Y'all give me a minute. Y'all give me. Okay, we did y'all see the notification? There's a notification regarding Sophia's absence from KATSEYE Wild. There's a video call fan sign event. I guess Sophia happened because I reported that Sophia can't be part of KATSEYE. Like, and we're gonna get to that in a minute. But I just think that I would never expect anybody to boycott or not. I wouldn't even say boycott. I don't I disavow when people putting in the headlines BTS is boycotting the Grammys. BTS didn't boycott the Grammys. They refused to submit their song. So people act like BTS is like they gone from the Grammys forever. They're not. But the idea that people expected other groups to say something or do something, they don't have that level. They don't have that level of power in their own agencies to say anything or do anything. Like I don't think Stray Kids would go against JYP and be like, "Oh, we're just gonna say something anyway," or all these groups have any kind of solidarity with BTS because we know K-pop is not about solidarity. I tell y'all before that K-pop do strange things that no entertainment that knowing people in the entertainment industry is just wild to me. Like K-pop, there is no sense of solidarity. I was like, out of everything that black artists have faced, do you think black artists would have made it if they had no sense of solidarity? Do you think that artists, Latino artists, whether they be Latin American or out or in the Latin diaspora, do you think Latin artists would have got so far to have their own recording academy if they didn't have a level of solidarity? Do you think we would have made it this far just socially in America if black people didn't have a level of solidarity? So what fucks K-pop up, and I got a video coming out about it, talking about race and K-pop, because y'all know I ain't scared. Y'all know I ain't scared. I'm gonna take on the controversial topics. I said what gets K-pop fucked up all the time is because I said I told one of my friends in the industry, you people in K-pop, y'all ain't got no solidarity. As much as y'all talk about being a fucking collective and whatever, ain't no solidarity in K-pop. I say y'all ain't never gonna get nowhere with this attitude. Y'all are every company out for themselves. There's petty jealousies and rivalries. It's too much of that. I said if y'all would just drop this shit and be like, look, we got to come together on this a little bit, y'all would get somewhere. I said, but one of the problems in K-pop is that y'all have no solidarity. Y'all don't like each other. So y'all just avoid each other. You don't say anything about other groups. But the artists have solidarity. Like the artists, work with each other and they're friends with each other. I'm not saying the artists don't, but I'm saying within the industry, the visibility of the industry itself, there is not a level of solidarity between the K-pop companies and the executives. And I told K-pop that that's part of your problem. That's one of the reasons why y'all can't rise above certain things is because y'all all petty. Everybody wants to have their own little kingdom and their little fiefdom, and the labels don't want to work with everybody else except for this Coachella, K-pop Coachella thing. I'm surprised they got up off their asses and stopped bickering long enough to work together for that, but we'll see. But I was like, y'all won't let your artists uh F with each other. Y'all won't let your artists be seen visible together because of the fandoms. And I get it. But I was like, y'all should have nipped that shit in the bud a long time ago. And it didn't used to be like that in the first and second generations. Artists hung around each other. Artists was cool with each other in the first and second generation. Come the damn third generation, something happened. Some kind of magical, mystical K-pop demon entered. Again, I have my own theories, but there was a demon spirit that entered K-pop. Now, I can't prove it, but I'm being funny. But something happened in the third generation that I can't really explain. K-pop became more conservative. K-pop became more cookie cutter. And groups would hang around each other freely and be seen together, and nobody batted an eyelash. Everybody was like, "Oh, look, they cool, they kicking it. Oh, look at them!" And now you have groups within the same agency that they don't ever fuck with each other. I'm surprised that they did that song "Iconic" by mistake. I was like, y'all in the same label should be doing cross units and songs, period. But there's just the sense of we're a group on this island by ourselves is heavy in K-pop. And I was like, it has never been like that in the music industry. Music industry people come and support other people. It's just natural. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go, cause people go online publicly or privately, they go and support their favorite artists. They go and support their friends. People know people who are friends in the industry. There are famous couples and duos and thruples. Yes, even thruples in the industry where we know that people are friends with other people in the industry. It's not a secret. But the idea that in K-pop, it's got to be some secret that these people are friends. Because I was like, yeah, there's strength in numbers always. There's always strength in numbers. But, that whole ad, I don't get that. Like, I get it, but I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like this idea that, you know, this group don't want to be because then the fans are going to get mad. And I'm like, the first and second generations, the fans didn't get mad though. This is new. I'm like, that's within the past 10 years. This is new. Artists should be able to freely say, you know what, BTS did whatever they did, but I support them. That would go a long way in the industry. I support what they did. It's not for us to do. It's not our road and our journey. But I appreciate BTS's message that they're putting out to the world, and they can make the decision. And we support what they did and what they're trying to do in the message that they put out for the industry. That would be a beautiful thing. But no, these motherfuckers can't do that. That just makes me it makes me irritated. Oh, that just makes me so irritated. I'm just like, it would be so better for the industry and for people outside the industry and be like, oh, okay, well, they got some solidarity over there, The parasocialism, yes, the third generation onward, it was crazy. Yes, the idols, they love each other. They hang out with each other. They friends with each other. They date each other. Like, I just don't understand that, like, once the third generation hit, like this zombie, like everybody became like zombified. The fandoms and the artists and the agencies. Like I said, there's more parasocialism. Like Flower Pop was saying, more parasocialism, more fandom wars, more social. Everything started to be pushed towards online more, and it just, you don't see the level of cutesiness that I've seen in footage on the second generation, and I'm like, where is that at? Like, where is this fun at? They just seem like they had a lot of fun in the second generation. Like I say, y'all know I love Big Bang, and I watch all the behind the scenes videos and Big Bang interacting with 21 and other groups, and Big Bang even interacting with Blackpink when they first came out, the Big Bang members, and it was just a fun time. Like they was just having fun behind the scenes and laughing, and just to see them enjoying each other's company. And nobody was about to ready to die because Big Bang was hanging out with 21. Like nobody was like, oh my God, they must be in a relationship. Like there was some of that, but people was like, oh, YG is a family. It's much more a family atmosphere back then. All these labels were in a family. They were fiercely protective of each other in their labels. Now it's just like you have groups and you're like, you forget that they even in the same label. You don't never see them together. You don't hardly ever see them supporting each other except maybe do a concert or tour. And then they fans be fighting with each other. Like the Stray Kids and the Twice. I didn't know the Stray Kids and the Twice fandoms were fighting. What is there to fight about? Y'all are both two phenomenal groups. Twice has been around. They're Stray Kids elders. Why would they be fighting with? I couldn't believe Stays was fighting with the Twice people. I don't know the Twice's fandom. I couldn't believe that. I was like, why? Y'all are like number one and number two. Like y'all the dynamic duo of JYP. Y'all making money for the whole shit. You know? Right, you in the same industry, they have to hide that they even know each other. Like we can't. We got to pretend that we ain't been knowing each other for 20 years. I'm like, and most of them know each other. They respect and they like each other. They hang out with each other all the time. I'm like, y'all, there ain't no rivalries. There are some K-pop rivalries. I'm not gonna say that. There are some groups and some people in the industry that don't like other groups and other people. But that's just natural. But for the most part, the idols respect each other. They like each other. They hang around each other. They date each other. They sleep with each other. It's access and proximity. And so the idols, they know each other. It's not like they don't know. And like I said, on the low, behind the scenes, they do support each other. They will cacao message other ones and be like, I see that you have a great release. Good job. They'll invite other ones to their concert. When JK went to the Stray Kids concert, JK was invited to the Stray Kids concert. Like Cortez is kept, from what I heard, JK was invited. He was invited. They set aside a ticket for him and the staff, and they were invited because he knows Stray Kids members. He cool with them. So the idea that like, okay, well, there's some rivalry between Stray Kids and BTS, I'm like, but they like them. They all respect them and they all like them. They like Stray Kids. Like they have a real cool, especially JK, a cool relationship with a few of the members. So I was like, what is their need? And like I said, if K-pop had more solidarity that way, I think that they could have a bit more power, like an upfront, against the West. And I guess the other thing I want to say about the Grammys, as well. And I tell people all the time, like I did in my last video, I was like, nobody asked K-pop to go global. I had to say this all the time. I was like, nobody put a gun to K-pop's head and forced them to go global. They don't have to go global. Even down to this day, they can stay in the regional Asian markets. They didn't have to go global. So no, I have to remind people, this is K-pop's decision to go global, and the decision again is made was with the government. Like, so this wasn't like even like an organic thing. And people know this, people don't like it. I told y'all, so people don't like that at all. That the whole cultural wave of selling K, stealing from the West and then selling it back to the West is a setup by the Korean government. Like, it's factual. It's part of their Korean soft power. It comes up in conversations even to this day. The whole last president talked about Korean beauty and Korean entertainment and Korean innovation and shit, manufacturing, which they do a lot of, Samsung, LG, and other companies. It's about Korean soft power. So I'm like, how do you expect people to take that seriously when this is a bait and switch by the Korean government? A lot of people feel that way. They're like, well, we don't take K-pop seriously because they're like, isn't this a government thing? Isn't this is not a real thing? And that's something again that people do not bring up. I was like, you do understand that K-pop going global is a purposeful thing. It's not organic. It's not like some groups were like, man, this song is really, really fire right now. Let's go global. Or this song accidentally catches. None of this shit was, I remind people, this wasn't an accident. This is the Hallyu wave that everybody I talk about all the time. I was like, the South Korean government props up and pushes K-pop because this is part of Korean soft power. So again, when you put it that way, you're like, yeah, that is kind of fucked up. I mean, if you put it that way, it kind of seems like, okay, like, but that's the truth. This is part of South Korea's soft power. This is their government initiative back in the early 2000s. Even down to this day, they talked about it. I talk about it all the time. The South Korean government wants more tourism and they want their own Coachella to bring music, to bring money into South Korea, to influence it. South Korea's tourism is shot up. Seoul is like the #1 tourist destination, and that's because of K-pop, and that's purposeful. This is not an accident. This is not, well, the music was just so great. No, this is on purpose. This is South Korea's plan for South power. They've been doing this for decades. So there is some pushback on that as well. There's an argument to be made that, like, okay, again, Korea could have culturally appropriated. They could have stole from the West. They could have took hip hop, pop music, EDM. They could have took everything they wanted. They could have took country music and sold it to Korea, China, Japan, in the Asian markets. They could have kept it in the Asian markets. Nobody would have paid attention. Nobody would have batted an eyelash. Okay, we wouldn't be talking about BTS right now if K-pop would have just kept it to the Asian markets. Yeah, it would have had some crossover. It would have been like it was in the first and second generations. Some crossover appeal, some international fans, and that it. K-pop decided to blow up and expand in the West and push in different levels and different agencies to push in the West. Nobody told them to do this. The West wasn't like, oh my God, please, please, come here. Like, this is a concerted effort. So I tell people that, like, they don't have to be here. K-pop, they don't have to be here. They can easily be like, you know what? We're not going to tour in North America. We're out. You know what? We're just going to focus on the Asian markets. Okay, they come to America, once a year, once every other year. They come to like 5 or 6 cities in the West. That's how it used to be. First, second generations, early third. This is how it used to be. So to act like K-pop is somehow entitled to something, when I'm like, well, it's not like we ask them. The people in marketing and the executives kind of feel like, well, we didn't ask them to be here. Like, what? We didn't ask y'all to come try to sell the music back to us. So the scrutiny that K-pop gets, again, for me, is very warranted because there are real issues and real questions about the nature of K-pop and its industry. And so I tell people all the time, nobody's forcing them to be here. I like y'all can easily go sell to the Asian markets and to Europe, and it'd be fine. Like people would, you wouldn't hear people having issues, but people have issues when you come to America in particular, and then you get pushback from the American industry for various reasons. But then it's like seems like nobody wants pushback. Nobody wants to be faced with any type of friction. It's like just let us come to your markets and let us sell to you and let us win awards. And I'm just like, that's kind of not how and don't scrutinize the industry too much or how it started or why it's here or why we're making money here, but we're not really giving anything back. But we expect you to let us in. And I'm like, I don't know in any industry where this works. The same thing for the movie industry. The reason why you don't see foreign films, a lot of foreign films in America, is because the Western movie and TV industry is like, we're not getting anything back. The only reason you see K dramas and shit like that on Netflix is because they're making money. Netflix is making money. They have deals with these Korean movie studios. They are making money. That's the reason why they have Squid Game and Teach You a Lesson and all this other shit. It's not because Netflix is just being, global and they're being multicultural. No, they're making money. So if Netflix figured that they can make money by showing K dramas, that's what they did. But if they weren't making money, they would be like, no, we don't want you on our channel. So that's just kind of how it goes. And then the movie industry, they don't let distributors, foreign distributors. That's why you don't see a lot of like foreign movies become really, really popular here because they have rules and gatekeeping and things. Because they're like, no, we don't let you have a foothold in our industry. Because at the end of the day, they're like, go to your own country with your own industry. Like, don't come in our industry and you try to, take our market share. At the end of the day, it will always forever be about money. And I tell people that K-pop has to give something to the West. They have to give more money and more deals and more control over to the West if they want to be serious power brokers and they want to be recognized by the West. Because the West is not having it. They understand what K-pop is trying to do, and they put up barriers in place to kind of keep them out because, hi Shelly. Oh, they got over that. I don't read subtitles, Tasha. I don't read subtitles. What y'all talking about? I listen to the dub. I don't read subtitles. Even when I watch anime, I don't read subtitles. I dub it. I dub it all the time. Like me and my kids, we watch Teach You a Lesson. If y'all ain't seen that, it's good. But we listen to the dub. We watch a bunch of Jennifer's more into K dramas than I am. But I only like certain ones. Like I like period costume. I don't like the romantic ones. It got to be zombies or aliens or ghosts or some shit. But I don't read subtitles. I don't read them. My kids hate them. My kids like dub. We do the dub up in here. Oh, you got to read. Or you prefer to? Yeah, I know some people prefer the subtitles. But yeah, like the only reason we see these shows is because Netflix have deals with these studios. Not like I said, it's not an altruistic thing. And like I said, for them, they cut the middleman out. There is no middleman with the TV distribution. They cut deals with Dragon Studios or whoever the hell. They cut deals with them, and Netflix have their own distribution deals with South Korea. These movies and TV entities and shit like that. They have their own deals with them because there's no middleman. If they had to deal with a middleman, then I don't think Netflix would, because they wouldn't make no money. And they want to make money. They want to make money. Bonafide Killer is a good. Like I said, I don't like love. I don't like the romantic K dramas. I don't like the cop shows or the serial killer ones. It has to be something like supernatural most of the time. The only reason I watch teach you a lesson is because everybody was talking about it, and plus it has one of my favorite people in it. Um, um, it has Po from B to B. He's in it, and I love him. He's my bias. There are things lost in translation when you read the subtitles and listen to the dub. You feel like you're in a Twilight Zone. You feel like you're watching two different shows. Yeah, yeah, I love him. Yes, Po is my dude. he got hit by a car like a couple of weeks ago. He got hit by a car on Jeju Island. Like, he was vacationing. He got hit, but he's all right though. You love his character. My favorite character in Teach You a Lesson besides the main guy, because the main guy got me, y'all. Like, that's the kind of man I like. Oh, that's like my dream. Oh, oh wait, hold on. Yeah, oh, that's my. Oh, okay. That's my dream guy, and he wears all black too. It's just okay. He wearing all black. Whew. I was like, I watching that show. Like, me and my kids was watching it, and my daughter did not like it. My daughter's like, I don't like this guy. I don't like it. My daughter did not like it. I did. I was like, whoop they ass. I'm with. Hold on. I was I was like, ooh, that's my kind of man right there, baby. That is he wearing all black. Oh my god. Oh, and he's beating those kids' ass. I was like, I was ready. Come on. I was like married. Yes, the fatty with the girl, yes, with the laptop. You over K dramas? I don't watch TV. I got the vapors because child, that's my dream guy. Like, that's the kind of man I would marry. Like, I would really be over it. I would like, okay, let's get married when we get married because I like you. I like a strong, silent type. Like, I like a guy who's quiet. I like a guy who's like who wears a lot of black. I like a guy who's reserved but just strong. I like a guy who's not very but who's masculine, but then he has a sensitive side too. Like that that's I was like, this is a man I would marry. If I met a man like that, it'd be a wrap. I always meet like these cornball goofy dudes though. Like, I attract cornball dudes, which is weird because I think I should be the only funny person in a relationship. There should only be one corny ass cornball, and that should be me. I can't take anybody else. I don't like really goofy cornball kind of dudes. I don't like I tell people I can never marry a Jen type. Like, Jen aesthetically is gorgeous, just I would look at him all day and be like, damn, he pretty. But like his personality, like the moment Jen starts talking, he loses me. Then I'm like, oh, he's like my little brother. Like, he's a little brother type. Like, once Jen starts talking, I was just like, I just be like, Jen's cute. Same thing with J Hope. I think J Hope is attractive. I think J Hope is masculine and sexy. But the moment J Hope starts to giggling and laughing, I'm like, and then J Hope, and I'm sorry, then Jungkook is gorgeous and sexy. He got the tattoos that I like and the piercings. But then the moment JK be overly emotional, and I'm just like, yeah, I like it. That's cool. And then Tae Young is so like unnaturally gorgeous. But then the moment Tae Young be like, oh, he be's a little sensitive, and like, oh, I'm over it. I'll be trying, y'all. I'll be like, oh, then Jimin, nope, Jimin. Me and Jimin will hang out, have some good soju, go play some League of Legends. Me and Jimin I would fuck with Jimin hard. We sit up there with Jimin. I'd watch some science shit with Jimin, and me and Jimin be like besties. But Jimin, oh no, Jimin is much too smiley and sensitive, and Jimin seems very flirty, and I don't like that. No, I like smoldering. I like a man who's very like, I like a man that's gonna stand up there on that stage and be like, bitch, what? And he's gonna stand there with his microphone, and he's gonna stand up there with his hand on his hip, and he's gonna frown up or just be totally just stone faced. That's why I like Sugar. Like, Sugar, like, that's the kind of dude I like. I like the smoldering quiet. And then I like Namjoon because I like the overthinkers. I like dudes who are very introspective and overthinker and kind of shy. So I like that's why Namjoon and Yoongi is like both of my two sides of my personality. But I just, oh, like, I'm goofy too. I'm goofy like Jen goofy, but there's only one goofy person relationship, and that's me. I'm the only one cracking jokes up in here. But yeah, I just can't stand, like, some people really like that. They like, you know. But yes, when Teach Me a Lesson, I was like, who is this man up in here? I was like, oh, who is this man? Child, I was up here like, oh. That's my kind of dude. That's my. But besides him, the other person I like is the chick, the girl. Like she be having me cracking up. She had them like doing like stretches and toe touches. She was like seeing she they like she a little thrown off. She was thrown, and I like her. I like her. I like her personality. I like she was in the military. She was like, yes, sir, yes, sir. He's like, okay, like you ain't gotta salute, we be at work. She's like, yes, yes. I love her attitude. She's like, yes. She was like real just I like that. I like that. I like the crazy chicks too. I like a crazy chick. But yeah, that's the kind of man that I like. That man was sexy. That was man. But yeah, K dramas always have an advantage because Netflix gonna keep cranking them out and making deals in South Korea. And they've done a lot. Like we wouldn't be able to see these wonderful. We wouldn't have wonderful Squid Game and Thanos gracing our lives. Top gracing our lives. Top. I like Thanos too. I like my man a little stoic, quiet, and crazy. A heavy emphasis on the crazy, but we wouldn't have that if it wasn't for Netflix. But I understand, and like I said, BTS did what they had to do, and nobody should expect anybody else to be um following in their example because they have the power and the cloud. And BTS at the end of the day don't need a Grammy. They don't need no damn Grammy. I said this. The BTS don't need no Grammy. They have made a lot of money. They will continue making money and being popular, with or without a Grammy. With or without a Grammy. All right, let me get it. No. With or without a Grammy, they will continue making money. And I think the last thing I'm going to talk about is Blackpink. Blackpink had their 10-year anniversary, and you guys know, or some of you might know, it was a fiasco. All I really want to say about that is Blackpink is done. I think Blackpink is over it. I don't even know if the members even get along with each other. Like I'm not quite sure. BTS, for all of their being seven different people living seven different lifestyles and seven different personalities, I think BTS have a heavy level of professionalism about them that is like we're going to agree to disagree sometimes. Sometimes we're not going to get along, but at the end of the day, we understand the importance of being BTS and the responsibility of it. And I think that BTS are very professional that way. I don't know if Blackpink is there. I think there are members of Blackpink that are very ambitious more than the others. And that's not saying anything bad about any. You can be, I don't have anything to say bad about that. But but the Blinks have accepted so little from Blackpink and let YG get away with this shit that I have little sympathy because they've let them get away with everything. You think that's how it was on stage too? Denise, was four soloists on stage. Even Jennifer was like, it just seems like there's just four different people on stage. They had no chemistry when they did their deadline tour, and I kept watching that. Y'all know the people who've been here for a while. Y'all know when Blackpink had that deadline tour. Y'all know how many times I went back and watched videos in different cities and in different countries because I was trying not to drag them and I was trying to give them a chance. Y'all know I was wholeheartedly trying to give Blackpink a chance. I was like, well, maybe they just need to warm up. So I watched their first outing and then I was like, well, I'm gonna give them a few weeks. And then I watched it again and I was like, well, maybe I need to give them a few months. I just kept watching Blackpink's concert videos over and over and over again. I was like, there has to be something that I'm missing. And and I watched it over and over and over again. And at the end of the day, I was like, and I told y'all, I said, y'all, I said, I don't even know what to say because I didn't watch different cities, different times. Nah, bro. Like I still came away with the same feeling no matter how many times I watched it, that they just didn't act like they were a cohesive group. So you got mad at Rose because she was like, oh, yeah, yeah. She was saying that Rose. I remember she was saying that they still talk and whatever, and I'm just like, I was like, y'all don't seem like y'all talk a lot. I like Lisa's my bias. That tour, whoo, that tour. I promise you. I was so annoyed by that whole damn tour because I was like, if BTS got up there and performed like Blackpink have, they would have eviscerated BTS. BTS would have been ripped to shreds. They would have baby. BTS wouldn't have the Korean media would have tore BTS apart. Period. And that's just the honest to God truth. If they were up there doing that shit, they would have been like, they would have dragged every single one of the members one by one and as a group. They would have been like, this one ain't dancing. This one didn't forgot the lyrics. This one ain't shit. That one ain't shit either. Like it would have been a wrap. It would have been nonstop. BTS this is the worst comeback tour of all time. They're the worst group. To hell would be it would have been nonstop. BTS would have been nonstop. It would have been 24 hours a day. How much they hated BTS. Oh, you rewound it? They would have been like, BTS is the worst group of all time. I was like, damn. I'm like, oh, here we go. They were all there, Shelly. I got a video coming out Monday where I talked about how they were all there. I went on Instagram and I saw them at their anniversary and they cutting the cake. But the fact that Blinks just accept the minimum out of Blackpink for the past, I mean, shit, really since 2020, 2021, they just accept kind of like, the last time they did a live stream together on Weverse was besides today was 2024. The last time they did a fan meet, any kind of fan event was 2019. I was like, and they don't ever post on Weverse because I follow them on Weverse. But they don't ever post on Weverse. They don't ever communicate with their fan. Even while they was on tour, they was just kind of like, man. So girl, it was only fit. Girl, Blackpink, no, they haven't done that many songs. That's YG's scarcity model. Um, I love Mamamoo. I love Hwasa. She's my favorite. But I just, because YG has that scarcity model thing. That's part of YG's group. That's what they did to Baby Monster. But it like the YG scarcity thing has backfired on Baby Monster. Like, and I can't believe they finna come out with another group when Baby Monster, they're like, I don't look, okay. I have gone on and on about YG and their scarcity model and their marketing and the way that they do their artists. I don't understand, I the fan me it was like 15, 30 minutes, I think. No, I haven't heard of the group Big Mama. And it was just, Blackpink is just, I don't, and so I just think they're done. I just think put a fork in them, they done. I can't see Blackpink doing another tour or a concert or anything unless they're contractually obligated to do it. And this time deadline, I think they were contractually obligated to do it. I don't think that they was like, shit, we didn't, because they re-signed they group contract in 2023 and we don't know how long it lasts. So it could be a 5-year contract, a 4-year contract. We really don't know. But I just think Blackpink is done. And I think that Blinks just need to see the writing on the wall and just face it. I think I understood 2 years ago what was happening. And I understood, like I saw the writing on the wall. And when they signed their solo stuff went to somebody else. I said, Blackpink want to go and do their own thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing, you know, they over Blackpink. I think the members feel like they've outgrown it. I think they really feel like at least not all of them, but maybe half of them feel like this was cool. We had a good time. We had a good run. And now it's time for our careers to go in a different way. So I don't think that there's any anger or animosity against YG or against the other members or against the fans. I just think that they feel like they've outgrown it. That they feel like they want to go in different circles. You know what I'm saying? That they want to focus on fashion and acting and branding deals and appearances and festivals. And, they just kind of like, you know, that they just want to go about and do the thing. And I think it's just time that Blinks realize it and let them go. Just give them, because I know Blinks is real upset. They was real upset, y'all. This past week, whew, yeah, this past week they were really upset. And I was like, I don't even know why y'all even upset. We all know what the deal is. They just in denial. We all know what's happening. Blackpink is over. Like they over. They done it. Yeah, they were rioting this time. Yeah, they knew their 10th anniversary was coming. They should have been cleared their schedules. But I just don't think they really wanted to be there. Even people were talking about their Weverse. Poor Jisoo, she did a written apology. And then when they came on their live stream, Jisoo was the only one that apologized. And I think that Jisoo did feel bad. And I think that Jisoo wanted to be there. And I think maybe the other ones didn't want to be there. But I think that Jisoo doing an apology on her own, saying that she apologized and everything like that went a long way. But the other ones, I just feel like they just like, yeah, we can take it or leave it. They did the Blinks, the Blinks is just, yeah, the Blinks are usually happy with scraps. They always. I said, why y'all let this group just come on Weverse once every 3 years and y'all just, they are over it. And people were saying in the Weverse, I watched the Weverse. You could tell that they was kind of over it, that they was forcing. They was forcing it. Like you could tell that they was just like, oh hi everybody. You could tell that some of them the way they was looking was like, we gotta be here just because. That's why I said they can be forthcoming. I think it's because YG has them in a contract still. And I get it, YG don't want to lose their cash cow. I mean, why would YG want to lose their cash cow? What else does YG have, y'all? What y'all let me know. What else does YG have? Treasure, Baby Monster. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but they trying to get four or five more groups in the mix. But other than Blackpink, what does YG have? I just, they don't really have any other groups. They thought Baby Monster really was going to be their cash cow. So I can tell y'all something right now. Allegedly. Here we go, allegedly. YG had this whole plan that Baby Monster was going to come through and be the next Blackpink, and everything was going to go smoothly like Blackpink did. Like Blackpink took over for 21, forced 21, and that whole situation that I find horribly. That's one thing about Daddy Yang that I do not like. I do not like how he treated 21 and pushed 21 out the company for Blackpink, and it worked out for him when he did that. Okay, it worked out for him, even though he was wrong in how he did it, and it was fucked up, and he wasn't getting along with the members of 21 anyway. But that's because he wasn't paying them. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. But he just thought he could get rid of 21, slide Blackpink on in. Things did work out because they blew up. So it did work out for him. And then the same thing that happened with 21 that happened with Blackpink. They started having issues. They started having issues about not recording albums. They started having issues about not doing promotions because YG is on the scarcity bullshit. And so Daddy Yang, instead of dealing with that, he didn't want to deal with their nonsense. So he slid in Baby Monster and had them set up. But Baby Monster has fallen flat. They have not been successful. They just haven't, And, they don't have the charisma. They don't have the talent that 21 and Blackpink have. They just don't, and yeah, YG treat their female groups like they are just pawns in a game. Like we're gonna do this, and the scarcity model don't work in 2026. It didn't work in 2020, 2021. That should be over. I mean, it should be over. Yes, YG are the scarcity model is heavy in YG, and I don't think they're ever going to stop doing stunts and tricks and flips like this. But this has affected their money. Like the only reason like YG made money is because Blackpink went on tour and sold albums. And they didn't even sell all that. When the Deadline album came out, I reviewed it and I talked about the numbers. And I told y'all, everybody who wanted to buy it bought it within the first 3 to 4 days. After that, the album charted a little bit, slid off the charts. After it sold 1 million copies, after that, do we hear anything else about the Deadline album? 2-3 months later, when BTS came out, I'm sorry, a month later, Deadline album came out early February. BTS Out of Line came out March 20th. Once March hit, even before BTS album dropped, everybody was over it. Everybody's like, oh yeah, Blackpink came out with an album. By the time March 1st hit, everybody was over it. Even the Blinks were over it. Even by the time March 1st came, there was some Blinks talking just crazy. Before BTS Out of Line hit, they was like, oh, well, Blackpink gonna outsell, BTS is not gonna sell as well. Baby, BTS outsold Deadline like in 1 day. Okay? Like they really thought that was it. Hello. Nix? I don't know how to pronounce that, but hello. I mean, they really thought they had it. They thought they was gonna stick the landing, y'all. They really thought. Like I was watching online, I was just cracking up. Then the moment Out of Line released, and then it just took off, they got real quiet. Then they realized that it was right. Denise, laughing disco ball. They really thought they was like, man, BTS ain't gonna be, baby. BTS outsold them in 1 day. They was like, damn, okay. So there's nothing that they could do. The album was not good. Have y'all listened to Deadline? I would suggest that after this live stream, if you have not listened to Deadline, it's a mini album. It's only 6 songs. And the album was leaked way ahead of time because I told y'all the album was leaked and I was in shock. Like I literally was in shock because I had heard the album. I told y'all this story before. I had heard the Deadline album in November of 2025, but I thought it was fake. I thought it was an AI because, a lot of people be like, oh, this is the song on the album. They did it for BTS too. There was a lot of AI fakes. There was a lot of people creating fake music saying this was the song. So when people released the track list, I was like, this is fake. But then when people released the music, I said, this is sound like some AI shit to somebody. I said it was fake. By the time it leaked again early February, I was like, wait a minute. This is the real album? I was like, I've been heard that. We been knew it was leaked. I don't know who leaked it. There was some rumors saying that YG leaked the album itself. And to be honest with you, allegedly, again, I'll say this. There's enough rumors out there that YG leaked the album. I don't know who at YG or why they would do this. I don't know if this is planned, but there's enough evidence out there that somebody at YG leaked the album because I heard the album. I thought it was fake. So the album is like if you get off the live stream, go listen to the album, and it was disappointing. Yeah, K-pop is visuals and vibes, V Maria. I said that all the time. It's visuals and vibes and personalities and clothing and looks. And I was like, I wish people would just admit it, that this is what this is about most of the time. Free Blackpink, yes. So I listened to the album and I was like, I know y'all didn't put this album out. It was disjointed. The album did not flow together. And it was only 6 songs. How do you not get 6 songs right? When I did that video, Blinks weren't even mad at me. They came in my comment section and they was like, you know what, girl? They couldn't say nothing to me because everything I presented about Deadline was true. I wasn't trying to drag them. I wasn't trying to disrespect Blackpink. I wasn't trying to drag them at all. But that album did not sound like Blackpink. It was not worthy of Blackpink. That album was 6 different disjointed ass songs. 1 or 2 of the songs sound like they should have been made, that they were Blackpink B-sides in 2018. Like some of these songs was just like B-sides from like a Blackpink, like songs that they had written long time ago and that they finally brought it out of the vault. because they didn't sound like songs that were made recently. She said the F time. Press the F. So I didn't know what was going on. I was just like, who told? And then the album was pushed back initially last year, and then they finally released it in February, and then the tour happened. Like everything seemed to happen really, really quick without a real solid plan. And so the album, if you haven't listened to the album, like Go, when they came out with the music video and the song Go, I was like, okay, this is a step in the right direction. But then all the other 5 songs, I was like, this is, and then they put Jump on there. And I was like, Jump had came out like the year before, and they just threw that on the album. And Jump sound like a Blackpink B-side from 2019. It did not sound like a fresh or new song. And I understand they collaborated with Western producers, and I get it. But this did not sound like Blackpink. The style was not Blackpink. They just threw it together as a cash grab. And I told Blinks that. I said this album and this tour was put together because YG needed money. And they were like, y'all better get out there and make daddy some money. Y'all better get out there and make daddy YG some money. Yeah, you can tell that, yes, it was an inconvenience. They out there. And I like Go. To me, Go was a step. I was thinking that the whole album was going to be like that. A more sophisticated sound for Blackpink. And I understood the vision. I didn't under and I liked it. Now the music video was just all right. It was cool, I guess. But I was like, okay, we're doing a more sophisticated, mature sound. Then I hear, where my girls at? Where my girls at? I'm like, okay, I guess it's 2020 again, and we're going with this boo boo music that sounds childish. That sounds like something KATSEYE should be singing, not women who are like almost 30. I was like, okay, we're going back to this again. And then Jump was okay. I liked the beat, but it sounded old to me. Jump sounded old to me. The other songs just, I was like, no, they could have stuck with Go. They could have went in that direction. They didn't. But I think Blackpink is over. I think that Blinks put up with a lot because they like Blackpink for some reason. I don't understand it. I like Blackpink's music. It's never personal with me. I don't know these young ladies. I root for them because I want them to be free out of the K-pop system, and they pretty much done that. But this anniversary thing, I got my video coming out. This anniversary thing it's been nutty. It's been very crazy. Like the way this whole thing went down, to me it was unnecessary. And I don't know who to blame. I don't know whether to blame YG or blame the Blackpink members, because the way this went down, it shouldn't have went down the way it went down. And it's just weird. Like it's not even sad because the fans put up with it. So I was like, well, y'all gonna be a glutton for punishment. Y'all put up with it. But I have my video coming out. I just wanted to say that like the way this whole thing went down was just very strange. Considering the things that I heard, and Dispatch came out with a whole ass article that pretty much backed up what I was saying. I was like, they weren't supposed to be there. What do you mean that they're gonna be there? I was like, that's not what I heard. And then I asked somebody else, do you know Blackpink's supposed to be there? And they were like, says who? I was like, I don't know. YG said, huh? I'm like, baby, YG was out here releasing press statements without anything even been confirmed. Ah, yeah, they not the most talented singers or rappers or dancers. I like their style of music. The reason what drew me to Blackpink is I like their songs. Their songs were catchy. Their songs were hard hitting. Their songs were much more like R&B, the R&B rap, hard hitting. They were doing something different than all this soft arm waving crap that girl groups do. So that's why I like them. That because I said, and they reminded me of 21. To be honest with you, in the beginning, Blackpink took 21 songs that were made and written for 21, and they came out and debuted with these songs. And so, and then, the whole situation with Becca Boom, because Becca Boom was writing a lot of their songs. Some of their best hits was written by Becca Boom. And Becca Boom, I like her style of music. And so she was Becca Boom, their producer, was one of the, and the writer, she wrote a lot of their early hits. And Those were some good hearted, and there was a good songs for that time. Like I wouldn't do them songs now. They a little old fashioned. They didn't. Some of the Blackpink songs did not hold up very well. That's another thing I had to say. Good artists, music hold up. BTS, I can listen to, which I did last night. Last night I listened to BTS, and I listened to their old songs all the way up to modern. That's how you know you know a good artist when you hear them. I don't care what genre of music. I don't care if they West, East, whatever. There are songs by Big Bang I can go and listen to right now that are relevant today. They sound like they a song that could come out right now and hit. BTS, when I go back and listen to um when I listen to Save Me, when I listen to the Wings album in particular, um when I just be vibing with BTS. You make me cry, cry. When I hear songs like that, like it transcends time. Like I'm like that song still is hit. When I hear butterfly, you, when I hear songs like that, it still sounds good today. I heard a BTS song last night. It's by V, and it's one of his solo songs that I had never heard before because I've never heard all of V's solo stuff, and I got to find the video. But I heard it on a track. There was somebody that had a compilation of BTS song. I'm gonna repost it on my channel. But I went to sleep last night because they have this video where it's 2 hours of BTS songs, and Taeyoung had this solo song, and it's like Taeyoung and RM, and y'all may know the song, but it was outstanding. Like I was like, I think I didn't found my new BTS solo song. Damn it, Jimin, because my favorite BTS solo song is "Alone" by Jimin. I told y'all, "Alone" by Jimin is a brilliant song. But I heard a song last night by Taeyoung, and I think RM was on the song. If you know the song, let me know. And it was brilliant. And I was like, and I sat up. I said, "What is that?" I said, "I never heard of it. Is it Stigma?" I don't know. But I don't know what the song. I gotta go back and I'll try to pull it because the people who did the video they have the track list, but I didn't have a chance to look at the track list. But when you go back and listen to BTS, there are so many songs that was made 2015, 2016. I'm telling y'all, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, y'all. Y'all know how I feel about Blood, Sweat, and Tears. I listen to Blood, Sweat, and Tears every other day. Stigma is Death by a Thousand Paper Cuts. What? Was it RM or Jin? It was Kim Tae-young and RM for sure. It wasn't Singularity. I know Singularity. Oh, I love Singularity is y'all don't come at me with Singularity. Don't do me like that. It Singularity is like on my top three, but it's no Alone by Jim. Alone by Jimin is it's a song that's like a threefold meaning to me. Not only do I like the song, I like Jimin's voice. I love Jimin's voice, but I love Jimin's voice in this song. But I like the song, and the song, um, my that song reminds me of someone. It reminds me of a very heartbreaking time in my life. It reminds me of me breaking up with my ex. It like the words in the song is meaningful to me. You know, like the things that he's saying, like it is. I listened to that song like 100 times one time. It's either Stigma or 4 o'clock. Do I remember the lyrics? No, I was half asleep. Am I thinking of 4 o'clock? Stigma or 4 o'clock? I gotta figure it out. Stigma is a Tay solo song. I gotta figure it out though. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I do you think it's 4 o'clock? I'm gonna listen to both of those tonight, and I'll come back and be like, y'all, I think I know what it is. But I had never heard the song before. I've never heard 4 o'clock and Stigma do not. 4 o'clock and Stigma does not sound. I've heard 0 o'clock. Was it? It's 0 o'clock. I think I've heard that song. Isn't Stigma completely solo? Is Stigma completely solo? Oh, she run, run, run. Even Run is a good song. Like, and Run is not even my type of song, but if you listen to it, and she run, run, run. I don't think I've ever heard Paradise. I heard 0 o'clock. I think I've heard 0 o'clock. I think I'll go back and research. But even Run is a good song. Like Run could I'm convinced that Run could come out today and be a hit. Don't you like all them old songs by BTS, they still good songs. And I rarely say that about any artist. Like I said, I go back and listen to Big Bang. I listen to a lot of Big Bang. I listen to a lot of Second Generation. I go back and listen to 21 and FX. All those songs was good. Shiny, them songs is good. 2 p.m. They had some good. There's some of the songs I listen to at first, second generation, and third. They you can tell they very dated. I'm like, ooh, that's a dated song. But then some of the other songs, I'm just like, all right. But BTS does have a lot of songs that still would hold. But with the Blackpink songs, there's just some Blackpink songs that just don't hold up. Like Pink Venom is not a song that holds up. But there are some songs that they do hold up. But there's so many songs that I feel like with Blackpink that they have not held up with the test of time. So that they have 4 o'clock is V and RM. Is it? I think it might be that one. It might be that one. I'm gonna make it my concert, y'all. 16th is gonna be my concert already. But I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna put it in my post on my YouTube channel, and I'll be like, "It's this song." But I heard the song and I was like, "What is this?" And I never heard it before, which ain't saying much because there's a lot of BTS solo songs. I haven't even listened to all of BTS's songs. And I keep telling myself I'm gonna go back from the beginning and listen to everything. But I keep forgetting. I need to remind myself that I need to listen to all of BTS's songs. But there's just so many songs I haven't heard. And so sometimes I'll get recommend videos and shit. And I was like, what is this? This is good. And I was like, oh my God. It still goes hard. It does. It's a good song. 2 p.m. go hard. They used to be running around with no shirts on. But yeah, so I'll figure out that song and I'll put it in the comments. And the last thing I want to talk about is Cat's Eye. I don't know what's going on with Cat's Eye right now. Again, Weverse just announced that Sophia will be doing a fan call because they're about to go on tour and they're promoting right now, and Sophia is on hiatus. And apparently she was announced just a couple of minutes ago that she's gonna do a fan call. Okay. All right. All right. Whatever. Like, I don't know what's going on with Cat's Eye. We got Mano. What am I wearing to BTS concert? Yeah, anyway, I ain't figured it out yet. Most likely I'll wear a t-shirt and some leggings. There's a t-shirt that I made for Yoongi. There's a Yoongi t-shirt that I made and I'm waiting to get it in the mail. I think it'll probably arrive Monday or Tuesday. Cat's Eye is a mess. I don't She's going through burnout. Okay. Well, then that's good to do a fan call. But I was like, what is happening with Cat's Eye, y'all? Like, I don't know. They just announced that she is gonna do the fan call or she ain't gonna do the fan call. I want to be comfortable because it's 111 degrees here. Today, y'all, was like the heat index, like it felt like it was 110, and I was out today. But I just saw a Weavers. I couldn't read it because I'm on the call. But I don't know if she is gonna be doing the allegedly Mano would not do plastic surgery, so they put I that's what I'm saying. Where is their PR? I don't think I would never wear anything to draw anybody's attention, and I doubt seriously that Yoongi or RM would even look my way. I am not design. I'm not built like that. I know even my child is like, what's going on? She don't even like cat's eye. I don't. She don't even like cats. And my daughter's like, what is happening? I was like, I don't know what's going on with cat's eye. It's just weird. It's just strange. I don't know where's their PR person. I asked that too. That is the blind item that is circulating around. Girl, I got to go look this up when I get off of this damn call. You got your dress. Look, Jennifer talking about I got my dress for the concert. Now Jennifer is the one that would wear the dress and turn the heads. It would be Miss Jennifer. That's the one y'all need to ask about. That would be Jennifer. Hello, yes, I'm a BTS channel. At least they're allowed to go on hiatus. That's true. I mean, I think it's good for her to take time off. I'm all about artists taking time off, but I'm just like, y'all good over there? Y'all good? But I don't think for 1 minute that an agency would put a idol on hiatus for not getting uh plastic surgery. I don't think I've ever heard that before. I don't think I've ever in my life heard that before. I'm trying to think, have I ever heard of an agency? I don't think I've ever heard that. I have to go back and do some research. Have I ever heard of an agency putting, because the agency would just be like, the agency has ways of pressuring people to getting plastic surgery. And then on top of that, most of the time the agency will put it in their contracts. They put it in their contracts. So I was like, if they wanted Cat's Eye to get plastic surgery, that for sure would be in their contract. If there's something that they wouldn't be able to get out of, or they shouldn't sign a contract. You know, give a shout out for Yoongi. Okay, I will be like, hey Yoongi, Jennifer? Jennifer got a dress, but that's what's going around. I'm gonna look it up though, girl, because I like a good rumor. Now, y'all know I like to be messy. I like a good rumor. I'm gonna look it up. Um, that's all I said. I was like, and then man, that was pretty. Like but yeah, I can see people saying that though. Oh, she found a purple dress that has built-in shorts. See, Jennifer is the one. She the one out here with the purple dress with the built-in shorts. I'm like, I'm like t-shirt and leggings. That's as good as it gonna get for me. I don't do dresses. Oh no, I don't do dresses. I don't like dresses. It's gonna be really, really hot too. Next week is gonna be like 100 and something effing degrees. It's not cropped. You wanted the crop version? Plastic surgery for what? I don't. A lot of things. It don't have to be something dramatic. Y'all, I've been watching plastic surgery videos all week. I didn't. I tell y'all, when I tell y'all, I have fallen down the Chinese rabbit hole. I didn't fall down the rabbit hole and hit a few rocks and branches down in that rabbit hole. Y'all, I have fallen down the Chinese rabbit hole really hard. Like plastic surgery, the live streamers, the Chinese rappers. Like I didn't fall down. I feel like I know too much about China's social media right now because they're like the plastic surgery is so prevalent in China, just like in South Korea. But yeah, like it doesn't have to be anything dramatic when they talk about people getting plastic surgery. It could be fillers, it could be a nose job, it could be something simple all the way to like I don't think they would ask her to like shave her jaw off or get her cheeks removed or anything like that. Like I know all the procedures right now. I'm pretty versed on it. Like it's really weird. Yo, mom going down the Chinese short drama rabbit hole. Party, yeah. It's gonna be hot. It's gonna be very, very hot. I can't believe Jennifer. I can't believe you said party, yeah. Every time I try to engage Jennifer in some kind of BTS nonsense, she's just like, she be like, she be like, it's crazy in China. Like it is really, really crazy. Your bias is Jen. Oh, yeah, that's right because you like Jen's goofy sense of humor. I don't. Depends on what they would ask her to get done. I don't know. Her boobs. I don't know. I don't think her boobs need it. I haven't looked at her boobs though. I don't know. I don't know. I can't. I just. I have a hard time. But I mean, but again, it would be in their contract though. Getting plastic surgery is typically in like a part of their contract in K-pop for sure. I don't know if it would be in KATSEYE's contract, but if they wanted somebody to get work done, they would put it in your contract for sure. They put that in there because all of them are required to get it done at some point. So, some of them go and voluntarily get it done. They just like, oh, I'm going to get fillers, or I'm going to go get my lips done, or something like that. It's a lot. It's a baby. When I tell you, I didn't fell down the plastic surgery rabbit hole. I learned about procedures that I didn't know anything about. Forehead. I didn't know that they could take like the cheek out of your fat, the fat out of your cheeks and put it other places. I knew about the double eyelid. I knew about nose jobs. I knew about fillers. They have forehead implants. Like it's all kinds of things. They have chin implants. They have mouth surgery will make your mouth look like it's smiling all the time. Like it's a whole thing. There's some, yes, most of them are blind items are wrong, but there's been some that's been right. There's some there is a blind item that I rarely will ever talk about. That somebody told me that I got three people told me the same blind item, and I was like, because I heard it, I thought they were lying. I was like, that's not a thing. And then somebody told me, and I was like, wait a minute, wait, hold on. And then somebody else told me, and I was like, and these people are not all related, and this was a blind item that I was amazed. And I was like, where there's smoke, there's fire. So it was about a BTS member too. And I was like, and I rarely talk on this blind item, but I didn't heard it from enough people that I feel like there's a kernel of truth to it. But I just lay low and I just don't talk about it. Cause I was just like, cause somebody was like, yeah, da da da. And I'm like, wait a minute, how did you know? And they're like, what blind item? I'm like, what are you talking about? I was like, never mind. They were like, did somebody else tell you this? I was like, yeah. I was like, I read it somewhere too. And they're like, how? I'm like, I don't know. So I feel like that one there's smoke, there's fire. But I was like, I'll go to the grave with that one. I'll go and tell Jennifer. I'm like, Jennifer, girl, guess what I heard? Like that's I always be telling it. Jennifer be like, what? Jennifer says she gonna come out here and look cute. Hello, Moonlight Goth, what you been doing? Jimin is right here. Yes, Jimin is right there. You talking about ain't nobody touching my face. I would if I went to South Korea and I would go and get certain things touched up. But that's if I felt like it though. But I'm afraid that like once I get things touched up, then you got to kind of like have maintenance phase and you got to keep doing things. And that's what I'm afraid of. That I have to keep going back and doing things because like the filler falls out and yeah, I don't want to keep having to go and spend money and get shit done. I just, you know, and then I wouldn't want to get anything done too permanently because I don't want the scarring and all that kind of shit. But or would you rather age with great? Like I said, I didn't live this long and I've aged a lot better than I thought. You been busy? Clean up your room since you haven't had time, girl. Yeah, I don't judge people that do. If people want to get work done, I'm like, hey, have at it. I am 110% behind it. Whatever makes a person feel good. Yeah, they were, yeah, the blind item was corrected by Meg the Stallion for sure that he was cheating on her. For sure. Yeah, after you start, but people get addicted to it. Like there's a like the videos I watch, they talk about body dysmorphia, but then also there's maintenance, and then there's also people who get addicted to it. So there are certain people that go and get things botched, and then they have to keep going back incrementally to get it fixed because what they did the first time was just messed up. And so that's kind of how like people fall into this rabbit hole. They go and get procedures done, and then the people doing it mess up or it doesn't look the way they want it, and so they keep going and having things done to try to fix it. But you know, and then some people just get addicted to it. Some people are addicted to getting fillers and addicted to getting things done where to the point where they start looking unnatural. Um, but yeah, a lot of times people go to these plastic surgeon people that are not reputable, and they end up messing up their nose jobs, and then they got to go get it fixed. And I just don't like surgery. I don't like anything that they got to put me under, and then I'm gonna take a month to recover. Because when you have a nose job, like your face is all taped up, and your eyes are all like swollen, and look like somebody punched you in the eyes because of the blood vessels, and then it takes you like a month for the swelling to go down. I've had too many surgeries in my life to be putting up with that kind of thing. There are people that start getting surgeries in their teenage years. I told you, I went down the rabbit hole, y'all. Like the lion lady, yes. Yeah. Oh yeah, they start them getting surgery early. Like they talked about, like, what would they call it? There's a term that they use it for. Baby fillers, or baby, I don't know what this is, a term that they use for that when teenagers go get fillers. Like even in South Korea, that's kind of like a thing. South Korea, they go and have double eyelid surgery and they start getting fillers when they're like 17 years old. Cause then they used to call, I forgot the term they use for it. It's like pre-maintenance to keep people from getting old. But then, like, once you start getting that stuff as a young person, you ain't really hit puberty yet. Then it like messes up. There's one chick that been getting plastic surgery since she was 14. She's like 22 now. She looks like she's about 42. Like she looks really, really old because her face, like the fillers have thinned out her skin, and so part of her forehead is really thin, and then it starts to sag, and she has to constantly go get stuff done. Like she looks like she's about 40 years old, even though she's like 22. But they be trying to tell people to start. I keep telling y'all that the K-pop industry is hand in hand with the beauty industry in South Korea. Same thing in China, because all these Chinese actors and actresses and singers go and get all these work done. And I think it's hand in hand with the plastic surgery and the beauty industry, because they want people to go and regular people and go and get these procedures. And these procedures are unnecessary. These procedures, some of these things are fads. Um, it's just crazy. Like some of these things that people go get is so extreme because the internet decides that this is a fad now. Your lips need to be shaped like an M now because that's the fad. But then in 3 years, then that's not going to be the fad anymore. So, people go and get these things done because that's the cool thing now. And then like a year or two from now, something else that's completely opposite will be the end thing. So it's just crazy. Yeah, they give cosmetic gifts. China and South Korea a lot. Yeah, it weighs down the elasticity of skin. Yeah, because once the filler dissolves, then you're left with like sagging skin. And so they have to go get another plumper, another filler, um, because the fillers dissolve over time. And then people be using, I watch videos about people using unscrupulous doctors, people going to med spas and getting injections. I watched documentaries about the Brazilian butt lift, how people have died from getting things injected in their butts, and how people have used unscrupulous med spas and people untrained that because like once you start injecting that chemicals and that silicone into your ass, it could go into your blood vessels, which will go straight to your heart and kill you. I mean, you're basically injecting chemicals into your bloodstream. And your butt, I didn't know that your butt has a lot of veins and blood vessels in it. I didn't know your ass had that many blood vessels in it. But your butt, it has a lot of blood vessels and veins. And I again, who would have knew? So when somebody's injecting silicone in someone's butt, or fillers, that silicone is a chemical, and if you get somebody who don't know what they're doing, they can go straight into your bloodstream and you're dead. Like you'll be dead within 24 hours, or go into cardiac arrest or a coma because you're putting silicone directly in your veins and your bloodstream. It'll kill you. So many people have died because of the Brazilian butt lift. Yeah, sometimes the companies, yes, like soccer says, sometimes the companies will mess with the injections. They won't give you the full injection because they want you to come back. So instead of giving you like 3 cc's, they'll give you like 2.5, for instance, because they want the fillers to dissolve quicker, because that means you're coming back to see them more. Yeah, a lot of times people, yes, they're really guinea pigs, especially when you're talking about these new cosmetic surgeries and these new things that just came out. A lot of these people are just experimenting on people. A lot of these quote unquote doctors are not real doctors. They are learning things from YouTube videos. They're learning things from Chinese social media, that these people aren't real doctors. And these people are opening up temporary medical spas and shopping centers, and then when the person go back 2 weeks later because they got something botched, they go back and the place is gone. The places don't exist. The shop then cleaned out and they gone, honey. They are gone. Gone. And they have a hard time trying to track them down and find them. And then they were talking about in China, they have these doctors where on social media, they'll have like videos of their procedures or pictures. Child, when they went and looked at these people, some of these doctors be taking videos and pictures off of real doctors' websites and social media, and they just be copying and pasting the video on their websites, and that video ain't even theirs. Client is not theirs, the video's not there. They just stole the pictures in the video from a real doctor. So I guess prove to their clients that they legit. So they was telling people, even if they got videos or they have testimonials from clients, baby, there was this doctor that was stealing testimonials and videos from a doctor. And then they turned out that this particular doctor, they found 5 or 6 different clinics with the same damn video on it. They were stealing the same videos. Different clinics were stealing this reputable doctor's videos and testimonials. So you can't even believe that. The reviews, people talking about the reviews in China, is a setup, that these reviews ain't even real. Yeah. Baby 29, yeah, they talked about all the procedures. They talked about the makeup, how people do makeup now is much more heavy handed than it was when I was in my 20s. The makeup board was a lot lighter, it was a lot fresher. And then now, with so many YouTube channels and people doing makeup tutorials, you have 12 and 13-year olds doing makeup that's intended for people in their 30s. And so they were saying that some of the, besides the plastic surgery, some of the other stuff is going on is that makeup techniques have changed significantly over the years. I didn't think about that. I don't wear makeup, so I don't know. But they were saying that like makeup techniques, like you have kids adopting makeup techniques of grown women. These are grown women teaching people how to hide wrinkles and stuff like that. But it doesn't look good on a teenager. It doesn't look good on a 20 something year old. That a lot of these tips and tricks and these heavy handedness is for older women. And so people are thinking that, when you watch a makeup tutorial, that it's one size fits all, and that sometimes the makeup tricks are for older women. And so you got these young ladies, they were showing examples that back in the day, the makeup was just different. The quality of the makeup was different. The type of makeup that people wore was different. It was less heavy handed. Now people are caking on foundation and stuff like that. And that stuff makes you look older. It doesn't make you look younger. And that the subtle techniques that we had, I know my generation, that we had when we were younger, these subtle techniques don't exist anymore, because now you have a bunch of young women trying to achieve a certain look. Like, and they were talking about, there's this thing where everybody looks alike now. Like it's the duck lips and it's the same nose and the same eye shape, that people used to have unique features, that people don't have unique features anymore. And then you get with the internet filters, through Instagram and Snapchat, that these filters, all these people look alike. You look at these filters, these Instagram ones, these Snapchat ones, the TikTok ones, they all look alike. All of these chicks in these filters have the same look to them. So that's why people are trying to achieve that look, and then everybody end up looking the same, looking old. So instead of having 16, 17-year olds, they look like they like 30, 40-year olds now. because they real heavy handed on the eyeliner and the makeup and that shit, and then that shit gets in your skin and it premature wrinkles your skin. Then they out in the sun and they not wearing no sunscreen. Like it's a whole thing. Like I said, y'all, I've been down the rabbit hole this week. That's all the videos I've been watching in fitness videos. But that's all I've been watching is about uh like the Chinese obsession with beauty standards and the wild like plastic surgery fashions and fads, right? And the people that get the forehead implants because they want a bigger forehead. Like it's really weird out there, y'all. Like you see some of the stuff. Um, oh, you think people get attention? I think that they were saying these people they from all walks of life. Like it'll just because plastic surgery is so cheap in South Korea, it'll just be like regular people and just the level the health risks people are willing to put themselves at to get cheap shit. Like it's already cheap, I guess to us in America it's cheap. But then they can't even afford that. So instead of paying 60 to $80 for fillers, they want to spend 30, 40, $50 for fillers. And they damn well know that you spending 40, $50 for some fillers. That shit is not that shit is gonna be like some plaster, some silicone. It's gonna be stuff that is like chemically is illegal in China. But there's so many of these like underground clinics and shit. But people want to save money. So they don't want to spend 80, $90 for the best. They'll just like give me the 30, $40 stuff. Knowing that this 30, $40 stuff end up killing them, or disfiguring their face. There's so many people, I have to show y'all videos where people's faces have been like disfigured, like permanently disfigured. People that got infections, people that have necrosis, which is necrosis is when your skin cells start to die. And so your skin starts like rotting off. Like I've seen videos of this lady got necrosis in her nose and the tip of her nose started rotting off. And then like it spread to like her cheek and it started to rot off. Like she was having pieces of skin peel and rot off her face because they that caused her shit to rot off. After he removes it, he looks 15. That's true. That's true. Some people makeup is just it's not good. You don't want to see the rotting faces? Come on now, V Marie. Come on now. I like that was a lot for me to watch. Like the girls with the rotting nose and the faces, and oh, that was horrible. But then they talk to people with the bubble foreheads and the bubble, like their faces look like it's just like because they went and got chin fillers and they get these hormonal injections in their chin and in their cheeks and their faces instead of getting the regular filler. There's like a hormonal filler, and sometimes it just keeps growing. So people will have these big bubble chins and they have these legions, these big bubbles all over their face that they have to like go in and like either wait for it to dissolve, and they look like hideous monsters because they have gotten these hormonal fillers, and you can't control what how your body is going to react when you inject hormones into your face. Everybody reacts differently. For some people it's a little growth and that's fine, but for some people it just keeps growing, it just keeps growing. And so they have like their chin will inflate and have these fleshy parts all over their face. Like it's just so weird looking, it's just so disgusting. And then, as to why you would want to mess around, like people will do anything to look younger, to look acceptable. Again, in South Korea, applies too because there's lookism in South Korea. You got to send headshots with your resume. And so there's like such a competition on what you look like, whether you're going to get a damn job or not. So it's just crazy, yeah. So I had to, I'm gonna have to put y'all on to this because then y'all would be so shocked the lengths that people will go just so they can say that they look good and they don't age. But I'm like, okay, I'm not willing to inject like there's like this 3D printing. There's this plaster that they use for 3D printing. And then so they'll enhance your cheeks and they'll implant it inside your cheeks or like around your mouth. There's this thing, like there's a ratio between your nose and here that people try to achieve. And I have so many I have so many thoughts. I have some really pointed political theories about this because some of the facial features that these Chinese and these Koreans are trying to get are not natural facial features to Asians. And so I'm just like, I really question, like, what are we really doing here? You know, to have a rounded forehead, that's not really a thing in most Asian countries. That's kind of like, I'm like, those are kind of like African features, like the rounded forehead, and then they want a longer forehead. And I'm like, well, that's kind of African. And then like, you know, the lip fillers is weird to me that they want these big bulbous lips, and then it's just it's very weird. And then like the cheekbone implants, that's really weird to me because I'm like, you know, most Asians don't really have the high cheekbones and the defined cheekbones like a lot of us do. It's very disturbing on an unnatural level that it's just kind of like I don't understand it. Like and like I said, and nobody's really broached the subject that I'm like, okay, these features that they're trying to get, yeah, okay, it's really not, you know, germane to to your region. So what are we really? I don't know what they trying to get back to or where they trying to go, honey. I won't go there. I was like, what are y'all trying to do? Like what do we well, we gotta have a rounded forehead. Rounded most Asians don't have rounded foreheads, but okay. You know, like we want that the cheek. Yeah. All right. Like, can we just be happy with our own facial features? I was just like, can we just not be happy? And then the bridge in the nose, they want a specific bridge in the nose. And I'm just like, okay. Yeah, Korean is much more body proportion. Then they want a smaller head. It's this hyper obsession with youth that I find very odd and gives me a really nasty feeling. It is, but in China, it's beyond that. In China, it's facial proportions as well, but then there's just this obsession with certain facial features that is just strange. So they it used to be where they would take the fat out the face, but now people want chubby high cheeks. And then people want them to have a baby face, like to be shaped. I'm like, babies' heads and bodies are shaped that way because their cranium isn't formed. So that's why babies' faces look normally round. Babies have round faces because their faces haven't formed. They have puffy cheeks because they're babies. We're not supposed to look like babies. We're supposed to look like adults. Like we're not supposed to have round foreheads and chubby lips and chubby cheek. Like that's they want to look like babies. Who I've never thought babies were that attractive for something for me to be emulating, but okay. But it's the idea that Chinese people are obsessed with this baby anime, ill natural, elongated limbs. It's almost it's alien like. Like the fact that Chinese people are obsessed with height. What why? Like being tall is a thing in South Korea too, but in China, they have like these filters that make your body look taller because people want to be taller. Okay, I'm like, that's odd. I just I'm like, but y'all ain't really tall like that. So it's just, it's to me, it's not natural. When people go get work done and they tweak their facial features and what and fillers and what they have, that's one thing. But going to get work where you're shaving down your jaw and you're putting things in your forehead, concrete in your head, because you want your head to be taller. I'm like, but these, and then the lip fillers, what you want your lips to be big in a certain shape. And I'm just like, but that's not natural to your race of people. But y'all don't typically have mouths like that. I'm like, what? Okay. I'm like, okay. You know, I'm like, this is, you're getting into the point where it's like, you're changing all the ethnicities to be something completely different. Like you're morphing over into a whole different alien, like it's not even human sometimes. It's like I don't know what this look is. Like it's like a blend of ethnicities that like everybody wants to have this look. So I don't know if I should blame the Kardashians. Maybe we should just blame them. But I don't understand this obsession with the lip fillers and the cheeks got to be high cheekbones. And I'm like, that's not really natural to y'all though. Y'all don't be looking like that though, you know. But that's the look that they want. And it's I just there has to be something psychological, psychologically twisted about this. And I was like, ain't nobody point out that this is really odd. I'm just like, she doesn't really look even Asian anymore. I'm like, I don't even know what that is. Like, what race is that? I don't even know what this is. It's like, it's almost like a self-hatred almost. Because I'm like, okay, after they get all this stuff done and the chick went and got her eyes like really wide and she had her eyes like real because she wanted her really wide. So she was walking around with eyes like this, like real wide eyes. And I'm just like, but okay, so you don't like your Chinese eyes? I'm like, no. We go there's eye widening surgery. Your eyes are you walking around like you permanently like this. You want your eyes to be rounder. Okay. Like you just surprised, like boo bitch boo. Like you know. And so I find all that on fascinating, but on a level very like heartbreakingly disturbing. I'm just like, so in other words, you don't even look Asian no more. You just some kind of hybrid. You know, I'm like Kim Kardashian. You're right. I'm just like, right. It's like a forced self-hatred. You know, it's just like you can look like yourself. Like it's fine. I just but people don't see that. People understand that it's a competition. They're trying to hello Bell Ross. They trying to keep up with other people. And I understand that because of their society, how you get a job and how you present yourself is really important. But I just don't know how we went from I have to be pretty and look my best. Hey, I agree with that. Go and get your hair did, go lose some weight, go put some nice makeup on, put some nice professional clothes on. I don't have no problem with that. You know, go get your skin done, go to the dermatologist, get your skin even out, you know, protect yourself from the sun and aging fillers. I don't have any problem with fillers. I don't have any problem with people getting even their nose done and stuff like that. But when it gets to the point where you're like changing your natural ethnic facial features to something that's not found in nature, period, or not anywhere at all, and then all of a sudden like, everybody gets it, and then all of a sudden like, everybody else is getting it, and then everybody, and then all the like the Chinese influencers they like they end up all looking like, and that's the same thing with K-pop. Like there's a standard look if you look at the girls in K-pop, like all of them has to have this certain like angular triangle face, and they go and get their jaw shaved down, and then in China like the thing now is like the body type, like they want the waist to be really skinny, and then like they go and get like injections in their ass, and I'm just like what who what they want the waist to be really skinny, and then the hips and the ass to be rounder. I'm just like what. And so they go and they have their like this chick, she had four of her ribs removed. I was like, okay, what? She had four of her ribs. So they have a rib removal cosmetic surgery where people go and get their ribs removed so they can get like this hourglass shape where they're, and then they wear like these waist cinchers all day to pull in their waist even further. But yes, this chick got four of her ribs, you know. Good night, Lisa Parker. I'm finna go to bed too. Um, so there you go. But yeah, that's the thing too, the rib removal surgery. I was like, look, if I got to get four of my ribs removed, I'm just going to be hopping my ass on a treadmill and not eating any food. I'm good with that. I don't think I would be in here trying to get my ribs taken out of my body. And then when you know, when you get your, they were telling people like when you get your ribs taken out, it leaves your organs exposed. Like you need your ribs for a reason. We have ribs to protect your organs. So this chick got four of her ribs removed. And so the doctor was telling her, like, this puts your like your intestines, put your like kidney and lip, like all up here is exposed. So if she would get into a car accident or a hit, it would like it could possibly pierce her intestines. It would like pierce up here. Like I just was, yeah. There was a lady that had four of her ribs removed because she wanted more of an hourglass shape, so she had four of her ribs removed. This was a Chinese influencer. And she wasn't the only one. It's like rib removal surgery is a thing, um, more prevalent in China than South Korea. But because they want this particular shape, they want the waist really, really narrow. And then the hips, then the lady, she went and got hip injections to make her hips wider. Right, and protect your spleen. And they were telling her that yes, that if she would fall really bad or get into a car accident or something like that, that she could literally like pierce the inside. She didn't care. She was like, I don't care. So she and then another lady took out two of her ribs, and she was like, oh, it's okay. And then the recovery time is a long time getting your ribs removed. But this lady, she had over, I think, 80 plastic surgeries. And she's had liposuction, like the fat cut off her body. She has had all this. She was obsessed, boobs done, butt done, China. Like the whole thing about Chinese influence, I'm telling you guys, it is wild that these Chinese influencers, and some of them are making lots and lots of money on social media, being online and being streamers and influencers. And they get sponsorship deals, they get gifts, they have admirers. That they were talking about the gifts that the gifts that they get online. These influencers, baby, it is wild. Like I said, I'm gonna post some videos and share some videos with y'all. My mouth dropped. I was like, what is, like, YouTube recommended one video, and I was like, what is this? And I started watching it, and I was like, oh, for real. And so I went and started watching all these videos over the past week, just about Chinese influencers, the home that there's like homeless streamers. There's all kinds of things. There's like live. There's a thing called live dancing, where these I guess they're C-pop Chinese pop dancers. They dance live, and people they dance live on a live stream, and people pay them. People sending money. They have a thing in China where you can send in money during the live streams and shit like that. It's wild. And then they dance for hours. Like they'll be on a live stream and up there dancing for like 3 hours. And then they take like small breaks, and then they have to split the money between them. It is wild. It is wild. The whole Chinese thing, I was just like, this is wild. Like, this is some wild shit here. But I'm fixing to go to bed, y'all. Well, not go to bed, but I'm fixing to go relax, you guys. I gotta take a shower. I've been going all day. Today has been an ordeal. I'm supposed to have a new phone, but I ain't get my phone. It delivered to my old address, and then I gotta go pick it up on Monday. But I'll get a new phone because Jennifer said that my phone wasn't adequate. This type of procedure has been problem in Latin America beauty contestants. Wow, that is crazy. Did I eat? I ate earlier. I ate around, what time is it? 2 o'clock? Yeah, I ate at 2 o'clock. I had some corn, I had some guacamole, and I had a cheese stick. Oh yeah, and I had a piece of meat. My daughter didn't eat all of her food, so she gave me a piece of meat. And I just cooked too. I think my kids, I heard my kids down there earlier, and I don't know what they're doing. But I did make some pork carnitas, but I'm not gonna eat them. It's too late for me to eat. I'll eat it tomorrow. But anyway, you guys, I'm fixing to take a shower. I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna edit a little bit. And tomorrow I'm gonna sleep in tomorrow, you guys. I had to do a flurry of videos because like I told y'all before, next week I my kids go back to school. Next week my schedule is gonna be full. So I had to do a whole bunch of videos and just I have them scheduled out for the rest of the week. So we'll see if I can get enough videos till Friday. I think I have enough videos till Thursday. I think we'll see. We'll see what happens this week. We'll see if any news happens this week, y'all. But anyway, I thank everybody for being here. I was trying to catch up from last week since I couldn't live stream last week, guys. But I appreciate everybody being here. You guys have a good night. Go and have a drink. Go do something fun. You slept all day and woke up before getting here. Oh my God, that's a wonderful feeling. That's a while you haven't been feeling well, Shelly. Make sure you get better. Go drink you some water. Have a nice hot toddy. You know. Oh my God, you at work, girl. Oh, she at work, girl. Yeah. Everybody have a good night. And until next time, folks, until next week. I'm out of here. Bye. Da, 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 da.